Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you all are having a good afternoon, or I guess evening at this point. Welcome Nick Costa, welcome Blue, welcome Ghost, and everybody else who is currently here. Alright fellas, so tonight is the night of the developer Q&A, where we will learn what is going to happen with the future of Dark and Darker. I would like to think we're going to get some answers on things such as the current wipe, when things are going to end, the future content that we're supposed to expect, and hopefully much more as well. I think there's a lot of questions that the community has that I'm hoping gets answered. So I'm very curious how that's going to go. That's going to start here tonight at 10 p.m. EST. So we have about 2 hours before that happens, so, we'll just chill, do a few games while we wait for the start of that stream. Hey, Cosnera, welcome, welcome. Good to see ya, good to see ya. Something that I'm kind of hoping for personally is a Barb discussion. I don't know if the developers, realize how oppressive Barb currently feels, but Barb definitely feels a little bit problematic at the moment, so I'm hoping something ends up happening with that. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are in call it a similar agreement, so kind of a similar agreement, I would think. You've killed the Fire Colossus 45 times. You know why, Blue? Because the Fire Colossus has a reduced drop chance for artifacts compared to Ghost King. My understanding is Ghost King drops artifacts 3 times more often than Fire Colossus does, even though Ghost King is an easier boss. So, yeah, there's that. Don't ask me why, because I couldn't give you an answer for why, but that is apparently a thing. So, yeah. I personally think it's a little bit silly, to be honest. I feel like Colossus should have similar drop rates to Fire Colossus. Also, I think it's about time that they just give Cyclops and Troll artifact drop chances. If we're gonna have Ghost King be such an easy boss to kill, it seems a little bit silly to hardlock artifacts behind one singular boss. Even though other bosses have them, like Ghost King has generally the more sought after artifacts, so it makes more sense to farm him other than other bosses. That's something that would be good for the Q&A, honestly, is what's going on with the boss drop loots, or the drop tables right now. It's definitely a little bit strange at the moment, what's going on with that. Hey, Ghost, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hey, Brandon, welcome. So depending on how long the Q&A goes for, and how long I plan on streaming tonight, I might end up after stream playing more of that new zombie game. So it's just gonna depend on how long the Q&A goes for. Like, if the Q&A is like 2+ hours long, then probably won't. If the Q&A is short and it's like an hour, and then it just ends, I'll probably end up trying that zombie game again. I'm only gonna play Dark and Darker, leading up until the Q&A for tonight. Hey, Koji, welcome, welcome. Hey, Blan, starts at 10 o'clock p.m. EST, so about 2 hours from now, we'll be joining in the Q&A. Yeah, I'm talking about Naquan. Yeah, I thought that game was fun. I liked it. Hey, thank you, Mustang, for the sub, by the way. I appreciate that. Very early on stream for that, but thank you. Not complaining, of course. Terry's gonna yap for half the Q&A. Well, as long as it's good yapping, that's fine with me. Just depends on what they end up talking about, really. We're waiting for a rework on the spellbook artifact because it's useless. What does the spellbook artifact do? I actually don't remember. Could you remind me what that does? I don't even know. Must be bad if I can't even think of it. Plus, this is not compared to other bosses. You can't kill it without taking damage. Well, yeah, like, Ghost King is the easiest, or one of the easier bosses in the entire game, and it drops the most consistent and best artifacts in the game. So, anyone who wants to do alternative bossing can basically just suck it up and deal with it, pretty much, because Ghost King is the most efficient and worthwhile boss to farm. It's very, very silly. I don't really like the state of bossing in this game right now, to be honest. It feels like it's incentivizing you to only play one way, which is rushing Inferno for bossing, if you want to do that. Not a huge fan of where we're at right now on that regard. Although I just don't boss because it's usually never worth bossing anyway, because bossing is how you get third-partied and die to players, so, you know, there's also that. Also, doing Ghost King solo is actually is trash because of the suck phase and getting grief by third-party players. It's so easy for people to grief you compared to playing in a team. If you're like trio doing Ghost King, it's so easy. It's actually like it's not even a real. It's so easy, man. Yeah. So I would definitely like to see something change for like where bosses currently are. Personally. How many hours? 2 hours away. Well, under 2 hours away, but roughly 2. Somewhere around there. You should watch me on YouTube while you're at work. What do they give Prime? Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, man. You always welcome the Prime subs, of course. It's a faster cast speed that stacks. It only gives 15% cast speed. It gives it per spell. Oh yeah, that's not very good at all, is it? Yeah, I can see why that wouldn't be very good. Yeah, there's definitely better artifacts than that, for sure. 100%. Just look at Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst is like a mini boss weapon. New class? Well, we'll probably talk about it during the Q&A, I imagine. I'm sure the monk will come up. I would like to think so, at least. Weird. I guess they just ran through and didn't kill any mobs, so that's interesting. Well, I don't really know what the plan is to talk about for the Q&A. I just know Grayson had mentioned we're going to talk about the future of Dad, so I'm just waiting to see what the future of Dad is going to entail, pretty much. It's in Iron Mace's court at this point, so I hope it's something worthwhile, like, listening and discussing, for sure. I hope so. Yeah, it's only 2 hours. If you go to the Discord, you can see in your own time when it starts. It starts at 10 p.m. So, yeah, it's only 2 hours from now. Unless Grayson put the timer wrong on Discord, but that's what it says for me, so it should be accurate, I would assume. I hope it is. Have you guys noticed that no one, like, opens chests anymore? Chest loot apparently is so bad now that no one even bothers to open them. I don't blame them, though. Whenever I'm in, like, HR, if I see chests being opened, it means that there's a noob in front of you, like a Timmy, usually. You can differentiate good players versus bad ones by if they loot chests. It's rather silly, honestly. I don't know if that means chests are, like, bad or what, but I do know that no one is looting them. Or at least the good players aren't. What sort of looting in the game? In this game? Boss loot, gold piles, and golden/lion chests, and that's basically it. Nothing else is really worthwhile looting for the most part. That's really it if you want to be efficient. Even the mini boss loot sucks. Like, it's not, you don't kill centipedes, they're not worth it. It used to be worth it, because it used to give rings and amulets and stuff. Back when centipedes gave jewelry, I would farm them. But now they're not worth killing anymore, because you can just get better loot from everything else. Same as chests, they're not really worth it either. So. Heard a bard. I think he's doing boss. Well, I guess so the question is gonna be, do you think that... Is it chests that are bad, or is it that the loot is not dispersed very well? I don't really know exactly what the answer to that is. You're not entirely sure. I'm gonna wait up top so he can't escape. Yeah, we'll sit right up here so he can't leave and he can't use the doors against me. We'll wait all game if we have to. I'm not playing this door-and-door game. I'll wait right here where he can't leave unless both bosses are dead. Unless they're both dead, but I doubt it. No one kills Cyclops, so I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, there's no point in pushing down. The door meta is another thing that I hope gets addressed in the Q&A. Like, what are they planning to ever address the door meta in solo play? Because the door meta has been just always super terrible. That would be nice if that ever got addressed. Yeah, we're just gonna have to be very patient. We have a portal over here, so we can wait, like, super long to fight this guy. I can literally wait here till the end of the game, and then he'll die and I won't if I want to. So, this is actually, like, risk-free for me. Because I can easily take that extra portal there. I'm waiting for the magic pop to go away, so I don't, like, get absorbed. Yep, that's what I was waiting for the magic pop to be gone. Yeah, if he wants to play the door game, I will sit here and wait for him so he has to push me. Yeah. This is the best play for us. Wait till he gets impatient and pushes. Exactly. That's the right play. We will sit here all game. I do not care, Bard. It's not about, well, it's not about the win, it's about making him lose. At this point. Yeah, because I have a free exit whenever I want right here. So I don't have to worry about, like, leaving or anything. We're chilling. I don't want to play the door game down there. If I try to push, he's going to use that door and just keep shutting it and opening it again. So there's no point. Are we actually fighting now? Dang, I didn't think you were going to fight. Dead. See? No door meta. We make him fight me. Because I have the advantage. Didn't have to play the stupid ass door meta game. Easy peasy, right? That's how you do it. Make them feel like they have to push you. Because he did. We basically forced his hand there. Yep, he's geared too. I wasn't playing that shit. No thanks. Yeah, every time I see a bard that's like camping like that around the doors they can open with their song, I just try to ignore them. I try to like force them not to do it. Works out, it seems. Dang, I'm full. Yeah, this is good enough. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be too greedy. Alright, now we exit. GG. Yeah, because the thing is, I could have came over here and used this blue exit literally whenever I wanted, so all the risk was in his court. Pretty much. There you go. Yeah, if I was feeling like super risky, I could have pushed down there, but you know what happens? I could actually tell you exactly what happens in that fight. I push down, he runs to the other side of the room, or he sits at the door. Every time I get a spell or anything, he's going to sit there and open and shut the door over and over, so I can never actually get a kill on him. And then he has the flute song, so he can always open the doors quicker than I can, and then shut them quicker as well. And then he runs up top, and now I have to play from the bottom. There's no line of play there where I'm ever supposed to push down. That was like 100% the right play every single time. This is a bard at really good gear too. 6% PDR roll, that's very expensive. That's a great pair of leggings too. Jeez Louise, this guy was scared. Yeah, I'm very glad I played that like I did. Yep, and every time you try to push a bard at a door, which he will do, he'll hit you with Lament and Shriek for free, and you cannot stop it. Yep. Oh, quests, apparently. Wait, oh, should I do these quests? Wait, why do I have to go to Ruins for Goblin Merchant? What the heck? Ruins 5? I don't want to do that. I might not do that. Not sure if I want to. I don't know if I want to be honest. A lot of cockatrice farming that everybody's going to be rushing for right now. That sounds like a lot of work. I don't really know if I care enough. I do kind of want the favor though for the gear back. It's like the only quest line I care about doing. I don't know. Do we go to Ruins and try it anyway? I don't know. I feel like the Goblin Merchant ain't even that good this season, honestly. Kind of a disappointment leveling him up. He barely ever gives me anything anyway. I don't know. You love watching my streams. You enjoy wasting time watching me fight people. I'm glad to hear that. I do appreciate that. It's always good motivation to continue streaming, of course. What do I think of the Asian zombie game? Oh, you mean oh my god, was it Nakwan? Am I saying that right? Nakwan? I actually don't know how to say it. It's either Nakwan or Nakwan, but either way, I enjoyed it personally. I made a video on it this morning, and all of the feedback I gave was genuine. That I think the game is I think it's fun. I think it is way ahead of where Midnight Walkers currently is, and I would not be surprised if in a 6 month to a year time when the game releases in full, that the game ends up being popular if the development continues to be good for the game. It is actually on my radar for games that could compete in this genre, right alongside Mistfall and maybe Hunger. So I'm very happy that the game exists. I'm all for it personally. Hey Gibbler, welcome. If I didn't say hi to you already. Hey Tarax. Hey Lord Sneakers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Worth for a new player to start this game before the wipe, whenever that's supposed to be. Well, we might know when wipe is tonight. That's what part. I'm hoping that's what part of the Q&A is going to be for Expo. But I would say it's always worth it to play regardless. Here's the thing. I think people forget that these games are supposed to be for fun, not just for like grinding most efficiently. I PvP like I do because it's fun. Gaming is supposed to be a something you do on the side, or I guess for me it's a little bit more than that, but like for most people it should just be something you do on the side for fun, right? So I never really understood the concept of like people feeling like they wasted their time playing a game, because if you have fun playing the game, does it really matter when you started it? Like if you didn't start in day 1 of the season, you're not like, you can just go play normals or Squire to Riches or whatever. You don't have to like play super sweaty HR PvP. Like I'm playing a subset of the game that most of you do not have to ever even interact with. You know, it is always a good time to play a game that you want to play. It does not matter what anyone else is doing. As long as you have fun playing the game, you can always pick up the game. It does not matter. That's my opinion on that. So, no, wipe is not tonight. Just to be clear, no. Wipe is not tonight. No, the dev Q&A is tonight, and we should find out a date for wipe. I'm hoping. Naquan is kind of good if they developed it better with gunplay. It doesn't need to be a gunplay focused game. I think their game has a bunch of skill trees and stuff that is all in the core for melee focused like combat. I think having guns as a secondary of being rare and or not like super prevalent in game is actually fine, because it makes it so that zombies are probably always going to be a threat, because you can't just steamroll zombies with like an SMG or something. I think it actually will make the game more interesting in the long run. But that's just my own opinion, of course. Hey Nightmare, welcome. We're playing some Wizzy today. We're doing a kind of like a PDR knowledge hybrid build. So we're building 40% PDR, and then we're building some knowledge. So we have 60% cast speed, which feels kind of nice to me. It is nerfed Wizard, but it still feels like it's doing pretty well. Game has Sweat Lords? Yeah, but most of the Sweat Lords are in HR, I would like to say. If you go and play Squire to Riches or something like that, or normals, you're far less likely to encounter strictly sweaty players, I think. Well, HR doesn't suck necessarily. It's up to the person if they like HR or not. If you are someone who likes sweaty, high gear PvP, HR is a great place to go. If you are someone who enjoys low risk, like even gear, always even gear fights, like low gear total, like, you know, blues and under, normals is obviously going to be the place to go. I like fighting high geared players in HR, so that's kind of just what I do, you know. You've been playing Dav for 2 years and you've never touched HR? That's kind of crazy. I'm assuming you play more casually, Doc. Because I feel like if you played all the time, you get bored after a while. At least I feel like I would. Does Bonk Druid have a place? I don't even know what Bonk Druid is. What is Bonk Druid? Because I've never seen any of those in HR. The only druids I ever see are bear form druids that are usually stacking 1,000,000 strength. Normals is too boring for you because you could gather every mob in the game and not be in danger. Yeah, the mobs in normals definitely aren't very much of a threat. I would probably agree with that, I would say. Team off. Q&A is going to be in 1 hour and 35 minutes. It is 10 o'clock p.m. EST. As soon as it starts, we'll be live covering that on stream. I will make sure that it'll be a little bit before that, I'm sure. So like a few minutes before, I'll like set up and make sure that we're ready. But I would say probably at least an hour or so before we're going to be setting up for that. So got a little bit of time still. Yeah, late Q&A for sure. I would have preferred if it was earlier in the day. It's late for me too. So their Q&A is starting at 10 p.m. EST for me, which is very late, but it just is what it is, you know? It is what it is. I was busy for a while today anyway, so it kind of worked out. I was like, I couldn't stream until like now, so. Yeah, it's gonna be morning time for them in Korea, so that's really why. You play normals just to PvP without worrying about mobs. Normals is a great place to go if you want to PvP in low gear, but honestly, I think it gets a little bit boring. The reason I used to play normals more is because I didn't play Dad as much, but now that I've been playing Dad so much this season, normals just isn't really much of a challenge to me. It just gets a little boring, so I've just kind of been preferring HR this season. So, love my commentary videos. I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. I do appreciate it. Did I hear, like, did you guys hear footsteps or am I tripping? I'm gonna pre-ignite, just in case. I guess not, because this mob would be alive. You never know. If there's a rogue there or something, and I'm not ignited, I might just die for free, so. Just in case. Yeah, I don't really play a lot of classes team off. I mean, let me back up. I do play a lot of classes, but I'm not good at a lot of classes. I just kind of know enough about the game to, like, make that kind of stuff. But I am glad that you enjoy those, for sure. People seem to like my video that I made today on the new extraction game too, which was nice to see. It's always nice when I can make alternative content from Dark and Darker and have those videos do well, since I don't really consider myself a Dark and Darker channel. I consider myself an extraction channel. So I do like that, you know, people seem to enjoy other extraction games other than just Dark and Darker. We're running a knowledge-based, like semi-PDR Bonk Wizard build right now. But Bonk Wizard is the short answer. We're like 40 PDR, 60% casting speed. Did the new Armor Smith? Yeah, so I don't know if Armor Smith did, but we got new quests not that long ago. Yeah, dev the Q&A will be in an hour and a half, fellas, so just bear with us, or well, me, I guess, for a little bit. We'll be setting up for stream. We'll be setting up for the Q&A, like, after not too long. And then we'll chill out and we'll wait for the Q&A to start on their Twitch channel. I believe the devs are doing their own Q&A, so no one peg or anything like that, so I think the Q&A will be a lot better this time around. I'm hoping so, at least. Yeah, it seems like people generally enjoy... I think I've seen an increase in interest in my videos since I came back from my break. People seem to be enjoying the editing that I've been doing more than they used to before I, like, stopped streaming for a while. So... like, even the Naquan video that I made, people seem to enjoy it, so... Escape of Tarkov? It doesn't interest me personally. I don't like shooter extraction games. I like melee extraction games. Why do we feel bad for One Peg? I have no vendetta against One Peg at all. However, I don't think he's been doing good Q&As. So, it's not a matter of it's not a matter of One Peg himself. I have no issue with him. I don't think the Q&As were like they just didn't feel very good with him at the head, at like the helm. I don't know. So again, this isn't like a hate towards One Peg thing. I just don't think he was the right choice for locking all the Q&As behind. That's it. I just want the devs to do their own Q&As. That's it. I don't want to do the Q&As. I have no interest. I just want them to be I just want the devs to do them themselves. Also, thank you, C-Jack, for 6-month resub. That is a long time. Appreciate that very much, sir. You wanted to watch me play Dab, but you play other games? Well, I like other games too, though. I don't think life is about just one game. Like, life is a matter of, like, variety, you know? It's not all about... Here's some money. Life isn't all about just Dark and Darker, you know? Variety's the spice of life, they say. Whenever people get mad at me for playing other games, I always scratch my head and wonder, like, why do you just play one game forever? Like, don't you want to play other stuff? I'll never apologize for playing different games on my channel. I'm always going to play different games on my channel. Especially extraction games, because that's what I like playing. Like, if a good extraction comes around and I like playing it, I'm just going to play that too. Like, I'm not going to force myself to play Dark and Darker if I'm not enjoying it. Currently, I think Dark and Darker is in a decent... Ooh. Okay, hold up. He has a cloak on. What happened here? Some decent gear there. He died a while ago, though. Looks like. Hey, that's a great staff. Sure, I'll take the scraps. It's fine. Okay. Might as well take it. No reason not to. You like the Mistful Hunter streams? Me too. Yeah, I'll be playing Mistful Hunter when it comes back, but it's not coming back for months now, so we got some time to waste. You like Aquana's good optimization? Yeah, the optimization probably could use some work, I would say. I'm not in disagreement there. Although I ran the game just fine after the video intro. The intro had some struggling though. But I enjoyed the gameplay, so I don't know. Thought it was like fine. Well, I haven't seen anybody this game. We're like It's almost like we're tailing someone, but they might already be gone. At least we got some loot this game. At least it wasn't a complete dead. So that really is a really good staff, so. Okay. This is looted. Maybe across the bridge. Yeah, solo wizard for bossing is not fun. They actually made it worse because of the decreased magic missile damage too. I feel like bossing is just not viable for wizard solos at all, which is kind of annoying. Did I just hear a bard? He's not gonna aggro, right? He should be going. I think I heard a bard. Like a song play? You hear that? Play more of the new zombie extraction? No, I've been busy all day. I haven't had a chance to play it since last night, but I might play it after the Q&A, depending on how I'm feeling. I know I heard a bar, but I don't know where the hell this game might be a dud. I don't know. Unless he's in boss room. Is he below? Are we gonna have a repeat of last game? Alright. I'm gonna pre-ignite. Maybe, actually. Might be gone, though. Boss is not dead. Cyclops. Yeah, I guess we just missed it. I guess we just were too late. It did take us a while to get over here. It's fine. Maybe we'll just reset at the elevator, and then... Yeah, we'll probably just reset. I don't know where everybody went. Yeah, Q&A is in about an hour, 25 minutes. But we'll join it. We'll join their Twitch a little bit early to make sure that we don't miss anything. Because I'm sure they might start a little before the start time, like for the stream start and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where everybody is. I think everybody's gone or something. It's fine. I heard that bard too, but I don't know where the hell he was. You vote red? I'm gonna go red portal? We could, but the only purpose of red is for boss farming. Or, I'm sorry, for boss countering. So, we could go red. I mean, we can. Do you think someone will be down there bossing? Because if not, it's a waste of time, but we can try. I mean, I'm down to try it. Screw it, I don't have any loot anyway, so we can try. No, I'm not opposed. I can't boss though. Like I cannot kill the boss as a wizard. That is like not possible. Yeah, like I literally cannot kill the boss as wizard. So just keep that in mind. It is boss counter or nothing. So this is very much risky to do, but we'll go for it. I'm fine to try it. You don't mean to push me? No, it's cool, man. It's cool. No, we're chilling. We can try it. I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe we'll find a warlock or something down here. Listen. If not, then we'll just, not do reds. It's not a big deal. Oh, it's a fresh game, which is a bad sign. Hey, professional. The dev thing is going to happen at 10 o'clock p.m., so about an hour and 20 minutes from now. We'll be starting that. Secrets that I discover here? What do you mean by secrets? There's not really much to discover here. This map is pretty, like, bare bones at the moment. The only thing to really do in red right now is to go and kill the boss in the middle. That's really the only thing you can do, so. Hidden levers? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything about this map. I try not to come down here because it's always super dead. There's never anybody down here except like maybe one warlock bossing for free. Because warlock's like the only class that can really boss for free right now. If you're solo bossing and you're not warlock, or like bloodthirst barb, it's basically a waste of time because of that change that they made where you can't parry the boss anymore. So I don't know. I just really don't come down here anymore personally. Yeah, the red loot's pretty bad down here too, yeah. Again, if we don't have a counter boss opportunity, the time down here is completely wasted. It's counter boss or nothing, basically. Yeah, and it's not possible for Wizard to kill it. Well, I would say it's not possible. I would love to see someone show me how to do it on Wizard, because I don't know how the hell you can. I don't think it's doable. But yeah, I'm welcome to be proven wrong by someone's video if they've made one, but I'm not aware of anyone doing it on Wizzy after the update. You could do it before on Wizard with a quarter staff secondary, but that option isn't available anymore. So
touching my gold.
Wizard's not good at bossing. Generally speaking, Wizard's terrible at bossing in all solo. It doesn't really matter if it's Colossus or not. I'm just telling you that I can't do bosses like Wizard. That's like crazy. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. So you just use the words used to kill troll sub 30 seconds. You just use the word used to. So do you understand what that means? It means that they're not currently good at bossing, which is the whole point. Wizard is not good at bossing in the current state of the game. That's the entire point. And I was also referring to mostly Colossus, but like Colossus and like Ghost King and shit like that. Like, sure, there have been certain periods of time where technically speaking you could do bosses on Wizard, but this is not one of those times, unfortunately. So, kind of just is what it is. Thank you, Bliff, by the way, for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I have a prediction that we're going to be the only ones down here for the rest of this game, and we will not be taking any more reds today. That's my prediction. We'll see if I'm wrong, but I have a feeling I'm not wrong. I'm gonna go check here in a second if anyone's doing boss, but I don't think I've heard anybody down here, so most likely the answer is no. But we'll check anyway. just in case someone happened to come down here. Just in case. Bad sign. Elevator is up. And no one usually takes the other side. So this is probably a done. Oh. Wait. Oh no, I think that's the mini boss. Never mind. I thought maybe there was a sound going on. Wait, is that boss alive or dead? Is he dead? Or is he alive? I actually can't tell. No, he's alive. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'd be shocked if he was dead. His pose looked a little funny. Yeah. Alright, well, no more reds today. Unfortunately. Yep. They made the boss too obnoxious and only for certain classes to fight now, so just not enough traffic down here to be worth it, which is kind of unfortunate. Just kind of is what it is. You have to incentivize people to boss. You can't, like, make the boss more annoying and then expect people to come down here. This area just... Goblin Cave Hell just isn't, like, very good in the game right now. I'm not surprised to see 0 people down here. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, we're gonna be the only people down here. No one comes down to red anymore. It's like a few Warlock players that are using, like, Shadow Touch cheese and, like, Bloodthirst barbs every once in a while, and that's it. It's not a very good state of things right now. Kind of unfortunate, but just kind of is what it is for now. Yeah, they'll have to do some modifications to that if they want more people to go down to hell. They'll have to do something about it. Yeah, that's true. I guess questing is a reason that you would go down there to hell, but if you have to force people into hell because of quests alone, I think that is a bad sign for the state of the map, personally. You should be going down to hell because it has good loot, like the best loot in the game, right? Like, hell loot should be better than the loot in the above floor, but currently Goblin Cave's floor 1 has better loot than floor 2. And then part of it is because they keep making the boss more annoying to fight and no one wants to deal with it. And the rest of the map has, like, no loot, so you only go down there to boss or nothing. It's, like, kind of part of it. I mean, I've liked the season overall, but, you know, I gotta at least be honest with the state of Goblin Cave's Hell right now. It's not great, unfortunately. Just kind of is what it is. I'll be back in 1 second. Let's see. You do boss with most classes. Casters take a long time to kill. That's really the problem. Technically, you can kill bosses as wizard, but it takes too long and it's not worth the effort because you can just play like barb or bard or something, and or fighter, and it's way faster. I considered that already, doing a high PDR magic caster wizard. The problem is you can't in solos because it gets hard countered by Cutthroat Rogue, and Rogue is way too common right now. So you're going against the current like meta, which is Cutthroat Rogues. Too hard, unfortunately. You know what we need in Hell? Gold piles, other than the boss and stuff. I agree with you. If Goblin Cave Hell had a gold pile that was easily accessible in like the center of the map or something, I would go down there more, for sure. 100%. Alright, be right back. last 3 times you joined stream, I get up. It sounds like you are the cause of me having to get up, Sylvie. Or Slivy? How do you plead? They need to buff its loot. Hopefully they can do that once they make more modules. I mean, yeah, number one, Goblin Cave Hell, I think it's too small with too many mobs. Like, it's not really... Part of the reason that I only like doing, like, Rush is because I don't really like clearing the mobs down there. Those mini-bosses are kind of obnoxious solo. I know it's doable, but it feels like you don't have a lot of space to kite them, and then you start aggroing too many mobs in total, and it feels like you're in, like, a never-ending loop because you can't use doors to close mobs out. You can't do it because they'll break them. So oftentimes what I'll do is I'll just run straight for the boss area since it cannot be accessed by mobs. And then, well, that's pretty much it. It just ends up being like a boss rush simulator. So like the entire map almost feels like it's there just for the sake of the boss fight. And the map itself just isn't like super well thought out. I'm kind of hoping that they can like maybe fix that up though. Anyways, I think we're chilling. Well, at least you see now why I don't take red portals. Because it's too RNG dependent on other people being down there to boss. Because I can only go down there to counter boss unless I'm playing like Warlock Halberd. And I don't think I should have to play one singular class and weapon type to boss, you know? It's like bad design if you have to boss as Warlock. I don't know, I kind of think so at least. I miss being able to parry the boss, honestly. I do kind of miss that a little bit. Yeah, the Goblin Cave Hell boss drops artifacts 3 times less often than Ghost King, and most of them are significantly worse than Ghost King's artifacts. A little bit of both. Yeah, that is also true. The ores aren't worth it either, because copper ore sells for more money, so it's better to farm up here and not mine down below. Unironically, it would be more worthwhile if copper ore spawned below and obsidian spawned above, which makes no sense, but that's just how it is. I don't really know why they, like, the bossing is too miserable for being so griefable in PvP. Did you know that in the 3rd phase of the boss, you can aggro the Colossus from the inside of the elevator? Like, if you walk to the door where the lava's flowing, you can actually de-aggro the boss from the main player, and then the player in the middle, while the arena is shrinking, by the way, is not able to fight the boss, so it forces them to basically not be able to kill it. You can grief the player doing boss. Actually grief them, and they can't stop you because you're outside of the arena, so you can't do anything about it. It's really bad. The boss is not thought out at all. It's in a miserable state. Yeah, I accidentally griefed someone doing boss, and I didn't mean to. I was like standing outside, and I realized that I aggroed it, and I was like, wait, why do I even have aggro right now? And I realized it's because the boss is broken. You used to be able to do that with Troll too, from the outside. I don't think you can anymore, but you used to. Obsidian is worth more or less similar to what copper is, so you would just farm copper for that reason. Because copper is plentiful and everywhere. It's way easier to farm. Every time I ever killed the HR Colossus boss, I never mined down there. I only ever hit the pile. The anti-grief mechanic is pro-grief. Well, they tried to anti-grief with the lava, but the problem is that it's not working as intended. Because people are still able to grief it by pulling boss aggro away from the main player. Which in turn is hurting them because you're on a very strict timer to finish the boss fight. So, if you give people a chance to grief something in a PvP game, they're going to do it. So it needs to be resolved. There's no reason the boss should be able to aggro pull if someone is sitting outside of the boss area. There's no reason for it. Yeah, there's no reason. It shouldn't work. Your duo got trolled in the boss where they can cancel the elevator? Wait, what do you mean? Like someone stood above and just kept using the elevator over and over again so you couldn't leave kind of deal? Is that a thing? Like that? That sounds fun. Wow, I haven't even know. I've never encountered that before. That sounds very obnoxious. I didn't know that was a thing. Kind of glad I haven't experienced that. I would probably lose my mind if someone did that to me. You know what you're doing tonight now? No, don't be that guy. Don't do it. Resist the temptation to be a dickhead. Don't do it. Yeah, you're not even wrong. That 100% is something that could just make someone quit the game. Ladders are another thing that are broken. You can use ladders to cheese other players out and like make it so they can't actually push you in certain areas, and it's like really oppressive. To the point where, yeah, it's definitely not enjoyable to fight at all. Shocked someone's doing boss. Very rare. Cyclops is like one of the least fought bosses, it feels like, because troll drops are better. Wonder if it's a barb. Barbs are always hard to fight. Barb is Barb kind of be the mini boss of the dungeon right now. Wait, did he die? Oh no. Is he dead? Dang, it's always the Timmy's killing Cyclops, because all the good players know that it's not worth killing. That's another issue. Cyclops loot is garbage, so no one fights him. Everyone just does Troll, because Troll gives you pelts. And then Cyclops gives you like a 200 gold rag. Yeah, I kind of figured it might have been a Timmy, but I wasn't sure. I was kind of hopeful. Maybe someone was doing it for a quest or something. Dang. The fuck. I stopped killing Cyclops too, because it's not worth the time. Head for troll room, I guess. Should have just went there earlier, but I don't know. I figured I'd check Cyclops. Almost worked out for me. Almost. Alright, let's go up this way. The Cyclops panties. I wish Cyclops drops were more valuable. His drops just aren't super useful for crafting or anything. I do like that the HR, or that the Goblin Cave Hell boss has a portal that spawns, or like an elevator that you can use after the boss is dead. That is a good mechanic. I do like that, but There's too many other issues with the boss, unfortunately, that are overshadowing that good thing. Someone just took the portal in troll room. I need to just start rushing troll, I guess. Oh, there's a rogue here, apparently. Where are you going? Yeah, might have to just start rushing for troll room. It seems like this is where everybody is. I keep like just barely missing people. That rogue is like super long gone too. Tough. Need to ignite. There could be a rogue at any point. Hiding. Oh, we'll just go for elevator, I guess. Cleric's not really good in this game right now. I don't think Cleric's worth playing. Even if you can technically get kills with it, I don't think it is worth the time to play versus other classes. Barb is just so much better right now, to be honest with you. Like, whenever you think, like, should I play this build? If the answer is actually, should I play this build when I can play Barbarian instead? And usually the answer is no. Usually Barb is a better choice. I would say Cleric's, like, Cleric is probably the worst class in the game, but it's still in B tier. Because we did that tier list the other day. But Cleric is not really in a good spot right now at all, I think. Too many counters. And against Barbs, like, what are you gonna do against them? You're just like free food for them. Especially if you're running Smite Judgment. Because they have so much MDR, it doesn't matter. They'll just eat it. I'm not playing the zombie game because the dev Q&A for Dark and Darker starts in an hour. Read the title, Mr. X. What are you talking about? Read the freaking stream title. What do you mean? Yeah, the Q&A starts at 10 o'clock. Remember me from Legacy? Well, rip that game. That game is super dead. Anyway, trying this game out for the first time tonight. This game, Dad? Yeah, play Barb if you want to have fun. Honestly. Well, Mr. X, I want to see what the dev Q&A is. If the dev Q&A doesn't last too long, I'll be playing the zombie game after I'll be playing it after. But it seemed weird because it was like it's not that long till the Q&A starts. It seemed weird to like play the zombie game and then swap back. It was a lot of work. So I just wanted to just play Dad for a bit, do the Q&A, and then I'll swap over to the other game after. That's the plan at least. Although at the rate our lobbies are going, I kind of wish I just played the zombie game because my lobbies feel like kind of dead. So, kind of wish I did. What's the player count looking like? 8.7. Enough players that I feel like my lobby shouldn't be this dead. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, tonight's main purpose of streaming was just because I want to see what the Q&A info is. I want to see what's upcoming and what is what is planned to change. I don't like Arena though. If Arena means that the main game is dead, then there's no point in me playing the game during Arena because I can't stand it. I don't enjoy trio PvP. So If it was duos arena, I'd play it, but not trios. So, yeah, like if our lobbies are dead, like I would rather just play other games, because there's not much point in like running around empty lobbies. We're too late in the season for me to be like looting or anything anymore. I have infinite money at this point, so if our lobbies are like kind of dead, then it just kind of is what it is. If I have alternatives to play and the lobbies are dead, then it just kind of makes sense. Play those. One v one arena would be my dream. That would be nice. That's what I'm really looking for. Okay, let's be clear here. I have infinite money, but I'm not running artifacts in solos. That's ridiculous. It's not even fun running artifacts in solos during streams. You will never see me run artifacts that I have to pay for on stream, because it just ruins the entire game. It's terrible. I would only ever run it off stream. Too many dickheads that ruin the gameplay. I won't do it. Will not do it. Yep, that is a off-stream only ordeal, unless someone wants to buy me an illusory. Because I know it's going to get lost for sure if I'm on stream. I'll just lose it to some random barbarian for sure. Because Barb is really strong right now. I mean, I don't really know, like, what advantages Arena even have. I just don't like Arena. The whole point of this game to me is, like, the high risk reward of, you know, playing with gear that you can lose, and I feel like that is completely taken away. Alright, well, that was a fun fight. Dude is Squire. Well, now we're in between two people. 0 players for 2 games, and then we get sandwiched between 2. That guy's Squire. I don't really care about him. I'm gonna reposition. There wouldn't be random, it'd be a sniper. If I use it on stream, yeah, it would be most likely from, yeah, for sure. I don't exactly know what's going on right now, to be honest. Our games were dead, but they're not dead anymore. So that's interesting. Even if Barb was stronger in 2023, everybody was stronger back then. Rogues could build like 30 True Fizz or some shit. I mean, yeah, everybody was stronger back then. The game was just very imbalanced. That doesn't make Barb not strong now. Barb is like super good right now. Because everybody's weaker. We don't have all attributes and True Fizz and all that other stuff like clogging up the gear stats. Here to collect your pulverizing prayer. I don't have a pulverizing prayer. Yeah, that's not me. I didn't kill you if that's what you're asking. I don't know what that bird's doing. Again, very weird for sure. I'm not, like, I don't even want to waste spells on him, to be honest. Off to play the door game, I see. Now we run for 25 seconds and wait for his magic pot to go away. Dang, did I aggro that? I don't even know how I did that. Wasn't even close to you. How did I aggro you? Huge range. Magic pot should be going now. I'm gonna have to sit down for ignites back. Yep. And I don't really want to waste the camp. Do I use a campfire for 4 ignites? I think it's quicker to just sit. Yeah, we'll just sit here. We gotta get him back before we fight him again. But yeah, I mean, mid-cal, it doesn't really matter what any class was doing 4 years ago. No matter what class was good or bad, it doesn't change the fact that barbs are like currently the king of the game right now. Favored class. They're a little bit out of control at the moment, I would say at least. Yeah, I don't really know why ignites take so long to come back. It was a little bit annoying for sure. But you have to do it. You have to get them back, so. I don't know where this guy went. I guess long gone. Well, we got a busy game, but no one would fight me. Everybody just ran, so that was a fun match, I guess. Do I just leave again? Is the whole match like doomed already? I don't know. No, I'll go down the troll. It's fine. Wait, that's not troll. Bump. This way for troll. Oh, someone's here. Well, they have to be somewhere nearby. What the f- Where did these mobs come from? I swear, I think Iron Mace increased the aggro radius of mobs in HR. I really do feel like they're super increased from where they used to be. I don't even know how the hell that thing ever aggroes. I don't even know where it came from. I didn't even see it. Super weird. Yeah, I don't know if they really increased it or not, but it feels like it's been increased at the very least. Yeah, I've only been able to get one fight today. Like one fight, and they tried to run from me. I just forced them not to. I don't know what's going on, but This has not been a very good PvP day at all. Everybody's just running. Tough luck. I guess we should have just reset again. I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually just like, at this point, I just want the Q&A to start so I don't have to play this anymore. After, like, just with how games are going. If I was able to solo wizard boss reasonably, I would do it, but ain't no point in that. Yeah, the fuck. Whatever. We'll just reset. It's fine. If someone else is left, I don't know where the hell they are, so. I don't know, maybe the season's just kind of dying down. This is like the least, I don't know, like the least busy I've seen solos in a while now. Maybe it's the player count, I don't really know. I don't know where the, like, I must have walked past this guy like 20 times. I don't know how the hell he even found someone to kill. Apparently there's people in my games, but I can't find them. So, apparently there's 3 people here, but I don't know how the hell that's even possible. I don't even know. That's insane to me. I don't know. That's crazy. Even in troll room too, I didn't even hear troll going off. Yeah, I don't know. Did not see any of them. Yeah, Club Barb's a thing. I ran it like 2 weeks ago, something like that. Just gonna ignore the centipede. I am just gonna rush the troll, and if I die because of like third parties, it is what it is, but seems like we're not gonna get any PvP by like slow clearing anything. We need to just like rush for players as quick as we can, it seems. Right, we're going, so. We'll just rush for troll room. Problem with rushing troll room is that sometimes you get a bunch of people rushing troll room and then you end up in like a 4-way fight and then you get third parties. The wizard's real. Alright, there you go. Although I gotta be patient here. I'll just chill here for a minute. Alright, this might take a while. This might take a minute if they're running around like this. Oh, wait. Oh shit, that's another person. Oh, it's a barb. Oh shit. Like, how did this archer aggro me? I wasn't even close to this dude. I was all the way over here, and he aggroed from there. That's crazy. That is an insane... I'm telling you, I really think they increased the radius or something. It feels like they did at least. For sure, that's like a crazy range, I think. I'm surprised that barb didn't push. Smelled me? I guess so. I guess. It was something weird. Okay. Killed the bar. I need a campfire though. I would love to loot that body, but I have no spells. Maybe I just got unlucky during the games I played. Like, maybe it was just coincidence that I was just running, like, in a circle, perfectly aligning the other players or something. If that guy's geared, we'll reset. Oh, oh shit. Wow, wow, okay, it's time to go. Pretty good. Mega Juice killing Barbarian. We hit a lot of spells though. Hit it with 2 explosions and a fireball, so there's that. Honestly, I'm considering just taking red portal. I could store most of this gear and then take red and be safe. I just don't have a lot of potions. I'm just kind of worried. This is like really expensive gear. Wait, I think I just heard the elevator. Okay, we're good. Wow, that was a, like, I cannot express to you how expensive these rings are. Those are, like, those are really, really expensive. Rogue. Wait, is it just 3 rogues in my game? 3 rogues and a barb. Dude, I'm telling you, man. The solo meta right now is like... It's nothing but barbs and rogues right now. This is like a good, like, showcase of that, too. People are still acting like rogue is not strong for some reason, which is complete, like, BS. Rogues and Barbs are like the meta right now. I think Barb is more meta, but Rogue is like still up there too. Yeah, this dude's running the one-shot build too with Reckless, so he just one-shots people. Yeah. Oh, look at this shit. Oh my god. The Rogue freaking massacre underneath. This Rogue is dead. This dude's dead for sure, by the way. No, we don't get to watch him die. Rip. That Barb's kit was probably 20,000 gold plus. Actually, no, his kit's probably 30k plus. For sure. Yeah, I would assume it's something in that range. Find out. I know they're expensive. I know for sure they're expensive. Yeah. So that's 2 fizz. 2 fizz. Yeah, so about 7k for the cheapest. This one's actually better too because it has 3 fizz on it. This one's probably worth more. Yeah, very expensive kit for sure. Yeah, I was a little bit worried that we were just gonna have dead games all day. After like the last few we had, I'm glad we actually got to fight somebody. I was wondering. I wasn't sure if like our lobbies were just dead because they were like. I wasn't sure if they were dead or if we were just getting unlucky. I think we were just getting unlucky and just like running around people or something. I guess I don't know. It did seem a little bit strange. I'm shocked that we were able to kill that Barb though. I think he just played bad, honestly. That dude let me hit him with so many free spells and still W-keyed me. So, I mean, he really, like, did that to himself. I don't think I'm supposed to win that, but I'll take it. Rogues were never weak. I agree with you, but Rogue players love to play Rogue and then tell everybody else how weak their class is. It's like a Rogue. It's what you have to do as a Rogue player. They love to do that stuff. It's really weird. I never really understood it, personally. Even, like, in metas where Rogue is insanely overtuned, I will still see Rogue, like, players tell me that the class is weak, and it never made any sense to me, personally. I feel like Rogue is in a pretty strong state right now. I don't know. I think so, at least. It's almost like it's like a victim card. Rogues like to pretend like they're the victims and that they're weak, even though they're like secretly really strong. Something like that. Honestly. That sounds about right to me. Yep. Sounds about right. I have time for sure with at least one more I have time for at least one more game for sure. No high roller gear rogues? No. I promise you that rogues tell me all the time that they're weak in HR. I promise you. Trust me, I stream and talk to a lot of people day to day, and I have rogues constantly telling me that rogue is weak in HR. Constantly. It's almost an everyday thing. I promise. I don't agree with it. I'm just telling you that that's what happens. So. Nah. It's never really surprising, really. That rogues are. It's in character for rogues, for rogue mains, honestly. It's in character for them, I would say. For sure. That's true. Rogue mains aren't happy unless they can insta-kill every class out of stealth for sure. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then rogue mains will sit there and defend their stealth playstyle and act like it's good for the game. Yep, they love doing that too. Must just be a rogue thing. Like way too early for anyone to be down here. Yeah, it's like yeah, it's way too early. Honestly, that's part of why Wizard is so tough in solos too right now. The lobbies are filled with rogues and barbs, both of which counter you. So it's pretty tough. It's like playing an uphill battle pretty much. And then Wizard's the one that got nerfs, not rogue or barb. Like Wizard took the brunt of the nerfs, and they were already bad against solo rogues and barbs. So like Wizard's even worse than they were before. Like it's something for sure. It makes me feel like I'm supposed to play barb, but like it gets a little boring playing nothing but barb every day. Even though I know it's the strongest class. And rogue is so boring to me. Sitting in corners, like, waiting for, like, landmine free kills and third parties and stuff. It's efficient, but it's not fun. So I try, like, not to do it too much. I should just play Cookie Clicker on my second monitor and wait in corners as rogue and make that a video. I think that would be fun. Don't you think? Cookie Clicker would be like 90% of the screen, and then you'll just be sitting, you'll be waiting for me to just, you know, third party or wait for people to walk by. And then we'll kill them and then go scoop our loot. Seems like it'd be fun. I do like casting spells. But it doesn't quite work out that way, unfortunately, for solo metas for the most part. I wish it did. Yeah, the thing is, no-hide rogue is basically bar, but, like, worse in a lot of different fights. Like, you can play battle rogue and it's good, but barb is better. For sure, barb is better. If barb didn't exist, it would be really strong, though. Like, really strong. But barb exists, so that's kind of the problem. I'm aggroing spiders, so I can't fight here. Barb ran from me, by the way. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't even want to be fighting in this room. This room is terrible. That one has the Nightmare Mage, though. That one's also terrible. It's many terrible areas in this game. Wait, Warlock? Where the hell did you come from? There was a barb. What? Well, we're gonna have to leave now, because I aggroed the champion. Yeah, that dude. This room is not quarantined for the rest of the game. I will not be going back in there. We'll go this way instead. No, I don't enjoy Sorcerer. Yeah, I don't play that class. Any classes that are primarily range kiting focused, I don't play. Mosquito Rogue. sorcerer, ranger, any class really that tries to like play the kiting style. I don't like. I try to avoid it as much as I can. But wanted to play a range kiting game, I would go play like a shooter, you know? I don't mind melee range hybrid classes, but I don't want to play range kiting only classes. Is there a rogue just sitting there? Do I just pre-ignite and like run in? I didn't know it was a barb camping in a dark corridor. Is this a barb cosplaying as a scared rogue player or something? I guess so. Barb is scared. Barb is super scared. Look at the way he's playing. He is terrified of me. Look at that. And then I have this warlock waiting to third party me, so I can't even fight the barb. Not without risking the warlock killing me for free, so. Now I can't take that fight anymore, because the barb was hiding in a dark corner for some reason. Super strange. Yeah, I might just reset, honestly. I feel like this game is in like a it's like bad omen spot. I don't even like want to be in this game. Barb sitting in dark corners. Warlock just sitting there waiting to third party me all game. Yep, I'm just gonna reset. Yeah. This it just doesn't feel like the game for me. This match just doesn't feel good. I'd rather just reset. I don't want to deal with it. Oh, it's a Leviathan. Oh. And why is he sitting in a dark corner with Leviathan? And now he's camping a blue portal. Yeah, I'm glad I left, honestly. I would never kill this barb. He would have just camped that blue portal all game. There's no way I could have killed him. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah. Yeah, it's very likely not ever gonna happen. I mean, I would have loved to have killed the Leviathan and all, but I don't think it would have worked out for me. Oh, there's another barb in here. Holy shit, another one. Yeah, that's fine. Two disadvantageous fights. Well, barb counters me, and warlock with anti-magic actually also counters me. And they were sitting there like waiting to like third party me. So there was no real way that I was gonna get out of that game alive, I think. I think leaving was the right call. I don't regret leaving personally. I think it was correct. I just don't know why that barb was sitting in a dark, like, I don't know why he was just like sitting in the dark like that with a Leviathan. That's a little crazy. That was a little bit funny for sure. The Nukwan Discord, you can actually find that on the Steam store page under the links. If you didn't know. Because I don't have a link for it, but I just clicked that link under the Steam page and got it. Is Iron Mace live yet? I actually haven't checked. Because the Q&A is gonna start pretty soon. Yeah, but I would assume that they're gonna go live before the hour. Or are they gonna literally wait until 10 o'clock to go live? I don't want to miss any of the live stream. I don't want to be in a game and miss some of it. So I just want to make sure I don't miss like I don't want to miss any of the Q&A. So I think I might just have to wait and stop queuing and wait for this to come back. I'm gonna get my stream set up for the Q&A, actually. Give me a minute. I'll show you guys my screen here in a second. Okay, so screen is showed. Desktop audio is showed. Should I just quit out of Dark and Darker for the time being? I don't really need it up anymore, do I? I could always relaunch it. Yeah, I'm gonna close out of Dad for now. We don't need it up. Because we'll be live in the Q&A pretty soon. I would assume they'll probably start like a little bit early too. At least like get everything like loaded up and stuff. Is the Dark and Darker community just addicted to clown emojis? I don't think this. I'm all for giving STF and gracing clown emojis on stupid posts, but like, do they need a clown emoji for a dev Q&A though? Do they really need that though? Honestly, I feel like the answer is no. That's a little silly, isn't it? Just a smidge silly. You know exactly who is a dad player when you see it in other discords? Do you now? You can't blame anybody except for Iron Mace and SDF himself for killing the game. It's not the community's fault. I think it's the community's fault that SDF made bad decision after bad decision for 2 years until Paul came over and started to help fix the game. Did the player base tell SDF to remove solos and duos from the game? Did they tell him to, you know, add and subtract, add and remove all attributes, true fizz, and all this other bullshit like 20 times? Did the community ask him to, in multiple seasons, ruin arena gear that people grinded for towards the end of the season, like ruining like gameplay for a lot of core players? Come on, man. Let's not be stupid here. For blaming the community for the game issues is ridiculous. It all falls really under SDF and his decisions he's made over the last 2 years, easily. I mean, there are also some real stupid people in the DAC community. Don't get me wrong. You're not going to hear any disagreement from me, but to transfer the blame of the Dark and Darker issues to the community is a little silly, for sure. Kesun, SDF had the data that showed that like 70% of the community played solos and duos, and in his mind, he said, I don't even need 70% of my community, they can all quit, and then removed it, and then backtracked and said, oh wait, everyone actually like left my game. Apparently, it turns out people who play solos and duos don't give a shit about trio play and never wanted to play trios in the first place. So all he did was reduce his game size and like create distrust in his community. Yeah, that was definitely a great time to be part of this game, I tell you what. The Druid meta for months? You mean years? SDF let Druid run rampant in this game for like a year or two. That was also that's a whole different story though, for sure. Yeah, I don't know why in the world. I have no idea. SDF was off his rocker for a while. This is the first season in a while that Iron Mace has actually been making positive changes towards Dark and Darker. Like, first time in a long freaking while, man. I mean, I'm all for it. I want this game to succeed, but Iron Mace has definitely been making some real silly mistakes here recently. Or not really, but you know, before this season started, they were making some real bad mistakes. Mostly SDF, of course. 100%, one of the best things they could do for solos right now would be to fix the door meta. I've been asking for that for 3 years now. It's such a simple fix. All you have to do is make doors close at the same speed they open. And the door meta is, like, more or less fixed. It's that easy. I would welcome that change, personally. I don't think they're even close to releasing Monk, are they? I'm sure they'll talk about it during the Q&A, but I don't think they're even close to that yet, I think. Door meta? Yeah, because you can open doors. It takes longer to open a door than close it. So in solos, the entire meta revolves around doors and instantly closing them in people's faces over and over again. And running around in circles using said doors. It becomes impossible to ever catch a player because of that, like, door meta. That's been a thing for a very long time. Not a lot of classes can, like, avoid that door meta. Most classes have to deal with it. That's what killed it for you. You played Wizard, ran into the Druid, instantly died because they weren't on the right tile to fight them? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, well, Druid, pre-nerf Druid just got to do whatever they wanted to. They just basically ran and owned the dungeons for like quite a while. I was very glad when they ended up nerfing that, for sure. You started playing again this season. The last time you played was when they gave everybody rogue silent crouch walking. Yeah, SCF's released some real big bangers in the community over the years. The where everybody, including barbarians, had full silent footsteps. I don't know what the hell he was thinking about that. That was insane. Solos had never been less fun than when everybody's crouch walking and it was like a horror game. That was insane. Door meta's part of teams too. It's not just solos that door meta's used. It's used a little differently in teams, but it still exists. Like when I play duos, doors are a huge part of the gameplay. I would use Crush. The problem is that you're taking a perk that is not good in a lot of PvP. So in a straight 1v1 fight, you end up losing because of it. Like if a Barb takes 4 like stat perks and you take Crush, you get stat checked if you have like a 1-for-1 blow fight. That's part of the problem. It's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, but it's also kind of like the Barbs that don't take Iron Will and they greed and they go for like axe specialization, like the axe perks. And then they beat you because they have more damage perks than you do. even though you played safer, to try to like hedge against like wizards and sorcerers. If another barb just doesn't do that, you get stat checked and lose. It's very much like a rock paper scissors game, pretty much. Berserker is the most problematic perk in Dark and Darker right now, I think. I'm not sure if there is a more egregious perk out there than Berserker. It's definitely one of the worst I've seen in a while. That perk is really overtuned. It needs to be dealt with for sure. Every time I play Barb, you have to use it. You can't not use it. It's crazy. Yeah, we've been through multiple multi-class periods at this point with STF. I think like what? I think he tried to do it twice, and it was never good. We don't even have skill trees in this game, fellas. Iron Mace has toyed around with all this like random shit over the years, and we just never got skill trees because of it. And meanwhile, we have 2 competitor games releasing soon, like this year. And whether you're a diehard Dark and Darker fan or not, you still have to acknowledge that competition is going to come eventually. And if you like Dark and Darker as much as I do, you have to understand and acknowledge that like Iron Mace needs to step up their game as far as like game content goes. If the competitors have full flesh skill trees and the gameplay feels better and more in depth, like you're going to lose players to those games. Like there is a lot of like Iron Mace needs to get on this stuff that should have been in the game a year ago. They have to, you know. What games? Right now, I'm referring specifically to Mistfall Hunter and that other game that I played yesterday. Shit, what's the full name of it? I always forget the full name of it. What's it called? Knock One Last Paradise, which was pretty fun, I thought. Regardless if you like the game's gameplay or not, I do like there. It's still a melee extraction game, and the fact that we have melee extractors that are not even released yet, that have skill trees, and we still don't have them in Dark and Darker is a little bit worrying. We need to see them released in this game sooner than later, because the longer you wait, the more likely you are to lose players to other games. Especially with how long data's been like released for. You know, we've been bleeding players every season. They really need to like figure out their like game content for sure. Hey Lezer, welcome, welcome. I'm doing good. I'm excited to see what they're gonna do with this Q&A. Hey Leuven, welcome. Oh Leuven, you're the manager I talked to yesterday, right? I tried to find you on Discord and I couldn't find you. I don't know what your Discord name is. If you can you send me a message on Discord? Because I tried to find you and I was not able to. I did join though. I'm in there now under Firebox 720. Yeah, I was hoping that you would join the stream again at some point so I could get you added. Because I'm interested in seeing the that map that you talked about, the World War Z hard mode map in Nekwan. Kind of curious about that. What's the benefit of skill trees? The benefit is longevity for character customization. Having skill trees gives you significantly more character customization than what Iron Mace currently has to offer with a simple skill and perk system. It gives you a lot more wiggle room in terms of like building your character and building like different types of classes and builds, you know? There is a big benefit in releasing a skill tree system to the game. I think so at least. Yeah, Leuven, I have my Discord open on my side tab, so whenever you send something, just let me know, and I'll make sure it went through. You know what else I would like for Wizard? I would like to see parry be allowed without sacrificing a spell slot. That would also be very nice. With a skill tree, I feel like it'd be hard to know how to fight someone because the options for the Victor vast. Yeah, but over time, you would learn what everybody is maybe using, though. Like, if they had a skill tree and it was out for a year, you would know, like, generally speaking, like, you would have, it would be a new thing to learn, you know? You would be able to look at the skill tree and kind of determine, like, okay, like, what do I think this guy is using? It's a lot different than multi-class, where multi-class ruined the entire dynamic of the game because barbs could use, like, cleric skills. Because the skill trees would be tailored towards each class, ideally. So I don't really think that, I think that's just, like, a new layer of skill that would be added to the game if you had it, you know? That's how Mistful Hunter did it. And I thought it worked very well. The R key could deselect spells and return parry to right click. That would be a good way to do it. Yeah, a button to deselect your spell. I'd be fine with that. Like Path of Exiles? I haven't really played much Path of Exiles, so I don't like want to completely agree or disagree there. But I do think that having skill trees to expand the combat for each individual class would be more beneficial than not. So even if people math out the best routes for skill trees, that's what live service balance is for. That's like saying that Iron Mace releasing new perks and skills at the beginning of the season for Barb and Fighter is a waste of time because people will always run the best stuff anyway, so there's no point in adding new stuff. I don't think that's relevant because that's the point of live service, is that you balance as you go. So if like certain parts of the tree are too strong, then when the weekly patch comes out, you modify parts of the skill tree and you try to force balance to not be so one-sided. That's just that's the cat and mouse game of live service games. That's just what you have to deal with. No matter what you do to the game, there's always going to be a strongest. Always. It's like Barbarian running Berserker with every build. Berserker is a must-pick perk. And it's a problem because it's too much of a must-pick perk to like balance the game around, so the other perks get overshadowed. So what Iron Mace should do is they should balance the super overused perks, and then the bad perks, you buff them so they're more useful, and then you kind of go from there, and it's a constant back and forth of, okay, we buff something or we nerf something, is it going to be good now? If, you know, and it's a, you know, that's just how it is, you know? That's not even a joke. Berserker Robust for Barbarian is a 100% pick rate. You have to choose those two perks or you're trolling. It is a problem currently, I think. It really is a problem. Skill trees don't necessarily have to nerf gear or increase gear, because skill trees would theoretically be accessible to everybody regardless of gear stats. So it should be fair for everybody. Like if every single class has a skill tree, then it's not a matter of gear, so it should be balanced and fine. I mean, again, this is under the theory that Iron Mace releases a good skill tree for the game, you know? So. Yeah, Berserker's 100% choose rate, Robust is 100%, and Iron Will's like 95 to 99%. And the only people not running it are just banking on not fighting casters. Yeah, Barbarian, technically speaking, has 3 must-take perks in the game. If you want to play like as efficiently as possible, you have to take those 3 perks. Because without Iron Will, you lose the Sorcerers and you lose the Forceful Shot Rangers, like, almost every time. Because you can't close the gap. So you need to run Iron Will. So, yeah, you end up having 1 extra perk slot that you can toy around with, and that's it. Yeah, Barb is a little bit egregious in terms of the balancing for perks and skills at the moment. What you're saying is people will run into stat caps faster because they'll have a skill tree. I mean, isn't that the same with perks and skills if you want to look at it that way? A level 15 character has an advantage over a level 1 character, right? A barb that has access to Berserker, Robust, Iron Will, and whatever else you want to add, Axe Spec or whatever you're running, two-hander, is going to have an advantage over the level 1 barb with no perks. So that's already technically a problem, but that's not really, I don't think that's really something to it's not a reason not to release skill trees. Just don't make the skill trees take 20 hours to unlock. You know, make it like somewhat quick progression and more so about like redefining your build, you know? That's how I would do it. It doesn't need to take a week to unlock your skill tree. Okay, it said they were online. It says they're live. I guess we just wait for a minute. There we go. Sick. There's no audio yet, but my desktop audio is on, so you guys should be able to hear this. Just oh wait, never mind, I lied. Okay. Oh my god, I wanted this to be 40. Go to 40, please. Yes. Okay. No OCD there, I promise. If a few fighter perks boost PDR, other people will easily be able to hit 75 caps, so the nerf in gear. Well, again, we're under the idea that we have no idea what the skill trees would be. We just don't know. Iron Mace just never did it, so there's no way to even, like, this is all theoretical at this point. Supposedly a big mega reveal in the Q&A. I'm interested. I'm waiting. Hopefully something crazy comes on. I hope so. Dark and Darker 2 Darker Edition? Yeah, that's what we need. Dark and Darker 2. Yep. Great. If Iron Mace manages to... Wait, actually, is this... I don't know if this is like a publicly known thing. I just don't know how much it's been talked about. I forget where it was said. You know what, no, it was in a video I did, I think. There was a post by Iron Mace somewhere in like their announcement tab that they are planning to advertise more next season. I think it was in the kitchen talk that I did on stream, actually. So we already know that their plan is to try to increase the player base starting next season, which they've been neglecting for many seasons now. So you never know. This could, who knows, maybe next season is going to be like the season for Dark and Darker. It could be. Regardless, I am very confident that Paul has been very good for this game, no matter what happens. Even if Dark and Darker, in theory, were to, like, not do super well in the long run, Paul, I would say he did his best for this game. So, and you know what? Sometimes your best is all you can do. Wait, you think they're gonna release console for this game? That wouldn't be a bad idea. I would say that would be good. Iron Mace's, yeah, some of their advertising has been a little bit weird, for sure. Like the farting one, I was like scratching my head going, what the hell are they doing? You know? For sure. For sure. Okay, well, I can tell you that they're not going to advertise their closing, I don't think. So I think we're good on that part. I think this game is in a good spot, Oscar. I mean, okay, let me back up. I think the game is in a better spot than it has ever been in a very long time. The game still has issues. Clearly, there are issues. But I think the game is in a overall good, positive spot. Definitely good enough that I think advertising the game is not a bad thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm in my own world here. Hard to say. Hey Brandon, yep, welcome back. You're just in time. I know it's a very late stream. I'm honestly surprised that so many people were even here right now, being that this is such an off time for me to stream. I usually start streaming at 2 and end at like 8 or 9, and we started stream at 8, so glad people are tuning in. Just shows that there's like a decent bit of interest in the game, so happy with that. I definitely would have preferred if the Q&A was like earlier today, but I know that they're on like Korean time, so it's a little different for them. No, I haven't died with Wizard in the last 2 days. My Wizard's been doing very well. I actually killed a Mega Juice Barbarian today, Sneaky. I don't know if you were here or not. He had like legendary dexterity rings worth like 7k a piece. Just like alone on top of his kit. Yeah, my White Wizard's been doing very well for some reason. I don't know why. I guess I've just been playing well, I guess. You think the red and blue changes revitalized the game a bit for me? You hated the flea mechanic? I agree with that. I do think that the Insta Red and Insta Blues were a bad game design, so I'm happy about that change personally. Game is good for us who already tolerate the really frustrating parts of the game. A lot of new players are going to say nope and rage quit. Well, I did mention earlier that the game is in a spot right now where... Is it starting? No, I got baited. The game is in a spot right now with the competition coming out that I'm a little bit worried that if Iron Mace doesn't like step up their game and start like, you know, really making good positive changes moving forward, even with like the stuff they've done this season, that they could lose players to competition coming out. We now have 3 potential competitors releasing in the next like this year. We have Hunger, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard a lot about already. We have Mistfall Hunter, which got delayed, but I do think that game has the potential to be a competitor in this market space. And then we have that Naquan zombie game, which honestly was surprisingly good. I was pleasantly surprised. I could see that game becoming a like actual like competitor in this genre. So, you know, Iron Mace is going to need to really ramp up their game and marketing to make sure that they don't fall behind other possible competitors, you know? And you could put your head in the sand and go, you know, oh, no game's gonna ever compete with Dark and Darker, so it's fine, but I'm of the thought process that I want Dad to be the best game it can be. And the looming threat of a competitor coming in and swooping and possibly hurting the game's player count even more than it already has been, that danger is always there. And I don't want Dad to ever fall to the point where I feel like I can't play it because of the player count. So, you know, I stand by that. What happened to Midnight Walkers? It's dead. Like, it's actually dead. I'm not, like, this isn't, like, me just, like, shit-talking. Like, it's... I'll show you. Real talk, it's dead. It's got 73 players. So... this game's probably donezo. How many people are viewing this game? Or how many people are here right now? Damn, 1,200 people are here. Holy shit, look at all these people. Look, we can collaborate with Iron Miss. You think that they'll answer? Dang, I didn't know there was so many people here. Shit. but why it seemed good and it fell off. I don't think Midnight Walkers was actually good on release. I think Midnight Walkers had a good playtest almost a year ago, which is when I made content for the game. Then they released a new playtest and the game got worse. And then they released the game and it was still worse. So I'm not surprised that Midnight Walkers failed. I don't think the game is in a good spot at all right now. Gave me a shout out. I saw someone mention me. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. I'll be right back in a minute before it starts. Hopefully they don't start without me. That was you, Pork Chop. Thanks a lot, buddy. Appreciate it. The zombie game, you're not gonna hold me. I could be thinking of a different game. Firehard. Are you thinking of Midnight Walkers? Because that game was bad. Midnight Walkers is the game that I played like months ago on my channel. That game is dead right now. Yeah, that game is like super dead. But the zombie game from yesterday, the Nakwan game, that game was actually fun. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Especially considering it's not coming out till later this year, and I already like the direction the game is going. I kind of liked it, personally. It was a promising playtest, and they didn't really change anything before release. Zero marketing unless you already followed the game. You didn't really know it released. Yeah, by all means. I mean, I don't want Midnight Walkers to fail. If they are able to... If Midnight Walkers is able to bring back their game, make a good wipe, and bring back players, I will try out the game again. I'm always okay with, like, coming back to a game. But... in the game's current state, when I last played it, it was not good. Surprised streamers push that game so hard. Which game, Sneaky, did streamers push? Midnight Walkers? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not paid to promote games. I don't really care. Quite frankly, I don't really care if you don't like the games I play, that's fine. If you didn't like Nakwan, that's cool with me. I'm just telling you that I personally enjoyed it. So. Are we there yet? Well, I'm waiting. We're here in stream. We're waiting for them to start. They got 1,400 viewers, which is pretty good, honestly. Yeah, we're just chilling. I hear there's a big reveal coming, so I'm very excited to see what they do. You know, Dungeon Stalkers, they're closing, right? You know that? Did Nakwan devs make Dave the Diver? Yeah, because it's Nexon. Nexon made Dave the Diver, right? Nexon also published Arc Raiders as well. Multi-class 2.0 announcement? Yes. Iron Mace delaying the stream like they delay patches. That's crazy. That's insane. Best is on big reveal. My guess is it's just gonna be like wipe information with like the new perks and skills that are coming soon. That would be my guess. But it's hard to say for sure. No one ever thought... Oh, I knew Dungeon Stalkers would close after I played it on launch and was like... I tried to play Dungeon Stalkers and I enjoyed it for what it was worth, but that game had a lot of issues. Like a lot of issues. Babo, I tried Naquan yesterday. I made a video on it today, actually. I made like a overview video, so. Yeah, I don't usually like post my content on my channel too much, but if you want to see it, if you want to like save that for later after the announcement, after the dev Q&A. Yeah, I figured since you asked anyway, I might as well link that to you. I'll tell you, I didn't play it for a super long time, so I only have 3 hours in that game so far, in Naquan. But it seemed okay from what I played so far. There was definitely a lot of stuff that I enjoyed. Honestly, the most exciting thing is that the community manager told me that the new map they're working on is similar in zombie level to what World War Z looks like. So, I am super interested in getting my ass kicked by like hundreds of zombies. That sounds really funny to me. Maybe frustrating, but it sounds very, very interesting. Dungeon Stalkers is still open? Yeah, but it's closing down though, is the thing. It's getting closed down soon. I'll show it to you. This isn't like advanced notice of service termination. They've already suspended purchases and the game closes on June 9th. This is already confirmed. Dungeon Stalkers and Legacy Steel and Sorcery are both closing down. Yeah, they're gone for good soon. Rare Troubadour outfit going for 2.5k. Dungeonborn spotted. Good old Dungeonborn. I tried to run it like a while ago. I tried to run it in August to see if it was still playable. It wasn't. I tried. I did try. Are you talking about John Carpenter's game? Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. Stalkers, DV, Aldegarde, all in order on your Steam list is pretty funny. Wait, what do you mean, all in order? Oh my god, wait, that is funny. Wait, they are all in order on my list. That's so funny. Alphabetical order, all dead games. That's so funny, actually. That's super good. GG for that. Yeah, I'll in my heart, I will always miss what Dungeonborn was when the game first released because it used to be really fun. The crack started the show and the developers were not able to keep up with the game's demands and the game ended up dying for it. Very sad. Yeah, my Steam library is a graveyard of old games I used to love and play. Something like that. I used to like Legacy too, believe it or not. I actually really liked that game back in the day. I really did. It was so fun. I love Legacy, dude. I did. Like, for a time, I actually really liked that game. And then they just... The devs they just didn't... I don't know, man. They just failed. I don't know what to say. They just didn't do good for the game's updates. The game just got worse and worse and worse. Play Greed is Good? Yeah, I made a video on Greed is Good, actually. On my channel. Like maybe a year ago or so. I had a Greed is Good, like how it died video that I made around the time of my Dungeonborn video. I considered making a video to close off and ship out Legacy and Dungeon Stalkers. but I don't know if I really feel like doing it. But I considered it. Confirm closing? Which game? Every game that I mentioned has been confirmed closing, yes. Legacy and Dungeon Stalkers are both confirmed to close. Yes, that's correct. They're gone. Yeah. We all liked, a lot of us like Dungeonborn, I think. The kind of video I did on DB might be good for Legacy. I agree with you, but I can't make it alone. I don't know enough about Legacy. Like, because Dungeonborn, I was, like, in on that game. I had so much time played. I was in that game every day. I knew all the lore for the entire game, and I was in with the devs. I do not have the same knowledge on Legacy as I did with Dungeonborn, so making a video on that game would be very hard. I would need the help of Legacy players in order to make that video. I would need help from them. I would not be able to make it on my own, I don't think. I would consider it, but I don't even know where to begin, man. It's actually such a large task to make a, you know, Legacy death video. It's such a big task, honestly. You know what's also so funny? Naquan came out of left field. Like, it came out of nowhere. I was so disappointed that Midnight Walkers was so bad that I was already in the mindset of we're never gonna get a good zombie extraction game again. And then Naquan just came out of nowhere, and I was like, oh wait, like this game's actually better than Midnight Walkers. So there is a chance, a small chance, because I don't know if it's gonna end up doing well in the long run. But I've you know, my hope has been rekindled that we're not done with the melee extraction zombie genre. I hope that Naquan does well, or that Midnight Walkers makes a miracle 180 and can come back and actually do well. Either one I'd be happy with. I'd be cool with either. I don't, you know. How late is Iron Maid's gonna be? I don't know, man. I'm just a guy watching the same thing you are. I have no idea. That's why I'm yapping. Some bigger streamers were running it today. Which game? Midnight Walkers? That game has 70 players last I checked, like earlier today. Well, like, no, like 20 minutes ago I just checked or whatever. So, I don't think they're doing too much there. Or do you mean Naquan? If you mean Naquan, yeah, I saw their player base and their viewer counts are pretty high, yeah. I know, I agree with you. I think Naquan does look better than Midnight Walkers. I'm for sure with you. Naquan, okay, that makes sense. Smooth, I saw that message earlier. You're insane. You at level 25? Sulking, you played longer than I did. I played for 3 hours, but then I spent 4 hours making that Naquan video from today. So I used my time to, because I could have just been playing the game, but I used it to make that video. So I would be further ahead if I had done that instead. Also, I wanted to go over this dev Q&A today. So I'm doing this instead of playing Naquan. I might play it tomorrow though. Unless we get like a big data update or something. This is supposed to start, no, this is supposed to start at 10 o'clock. This should have already started 25 minutes ago. Wait, is that real? Is Hunger playtest gonna be June or July confirmed? Because I haven't seen anything about that yet. Naquan is actually goon? That is an insane statement. You are insane. Alrighty then. Anyway, moving on. They said in chat they're having tech issues.
Hey everybody!
Oh, is my camera in the way?
Welcome to the Tavern Table!
Where do I move my
Sorry
camera?
we were late. So... Oh. 1 minute. Okay. So guys, welcome to the Tavern Table. This is actually our first time hosting this from inside the Iron Mace office. We didn't have much time to set this up. This was a very spontaneous setup, but we hope we improve the quality a little bit, and we'll continue doing that as we go with these.
Our man,
We plan
Paul.
on doing these about once every wipe going forward. I would personally like to have these uploaded and localized to YouTube in the future so everyone can understand them perfectly. But yeah, for today, we'll try to keep it in English as much as possible. But I would like to go ahead and introduce everybody.
So people are saying that it sounds.
Is it too loud?
echoey.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to.
Paul.
Anyway, so. The toilet. Anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and do introductions. We have Terry,
Hello.
SDF, and our special guest Paul. So this is Paul's first time being in a developer Q&A. We're really happy to have him here. Paul's been with the team since very early on. I know he kind of just popped up in the community suddenly these days, but yeah, he's been here from very early on. He's done a lot for Dark and Darker. He has a very deep background in cybersecurity. He was the guy who made Iron Shield, our in-house anti-cheat. So Dark and Darker would not be the same without Paul. So welcome to the Tavern Table, Paul. We're really happy to have you here. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and start with it. So,
Okay.
People are saying because of the double mic, it's kind of sound.
Yeah, their audio is
in
pretty
place,
bad for
so maybe
sure.
Turn off one. Do
okay.
you think that's
Here.
yes?
Is Paul gonna talk in this?
Echo.
Technical difficulties. Coming back in a minute, I guess. Yeah, is Paul actually gonna talk in that thing? Because that's insane. Dude, people have been theorizing that SDF is secretly Paul, and it's like a big tin foil hat theory. Maybe that they had to hide his face, because this is actually SDF too. It's a big secret. They just didn't want to show his face.
Yeah, can everybody hear us fine now? Let's give them a second. Let's see.
No, sir.
Okay, yes, okay, perfect. Okay, great. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
His stunt double, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the first thing we're going to talk about is the current season. So, how are you all feeling about the current season?
You want to take it, Paul?
일단 뭐 대체로 뭐 플레이어들이 많이 좀 불편해하거나 좀 불쾌했던 부분이 많이 없어졌다고 생각을 하고요. 그다음에 전체 전반적으로 좀 아직 뭐 밸런스나 부족한 부분 많이 있지만은 잘 개선하면 조금 훨씬 더 좋아질 거라고 생각해요.
Yeah. So what Paul was saying is like, overall, he thinks that people are like less encountering less uncomfortable things. Oh wait, so it's more comfortable. He's been fixing a lot of the balance stuff, so it feels better for people overall. It's still not perfect, but overall, he thinks it's improved a lot. And I'm, pretty much on the same page as, Paul. Is that, yeah, I agree. I feel like this season is we're finally getting to a point where it's, we're not out of the woods yet, but we're finally starting to kind of turn that corner. Our goal was to really try to stabilize,
Right.
The foundational stuff and fix the critical issues instead of focusing on content. But I feel like we're almost,
Yeah.
getting past that point. So if we turn that corner and then from here on out, we have a straight road ahead of us. That's the goal.
Yeah, so I know everyone has felt there's a change in stability recently. We hope that that's made a difference for you all. So the first thing is the workshop was just added in the last patch. Do you think that hit the development goals and is working as intended?
About the workshop?
Yep.
Not yet, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's good start, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll take full blame for that.
No.
The workshop, yeah, I think it's the early access version of the workshop.
Yeah, right. It's super early on
I
still.
hope
You know,
they
there was
know
some
how bad the
context
workshop
that
is right
was-
now. I hope
it-
they
it
actually
came
realize
out-
that.
Not scheduled.
It's very clunky, and it's way
so
too
got pushed
expensive
back.
for new players.
And I think because of that, the way that it came out is that it exacerbated some of the issues, the starting issues. So already there was really good feedback on that. And then, just seeing the way that people are engaging in that is that we have a hotfix plan for next week. And in that hotfix, so I think the concept was good. The execution needs work, right? But that's,
Yeah.
we did kind of push it out fast, right? So I think the goal is it was a good base to learn on and to adjust. We have some emergency stuff that we want to start putting in to just make it more less cumbersome.
Yeah.
Already starting with the upcoming hotfix. So I think, and then the other issue is like there's the 4 services, the enhance, the rebuild, scrapping, and the crafting. And so there's not enough differentiation in the identity of each service. So I think the next hotfix, we're going to make the enhance have a little bit more focus. So we're working on that. We're making it a little bit, just less cumbersome, right?
Right.
So we're going to start with that, and then seeing the new data, we have like a revamp plan for that for the upcoming EAS 9.
Yeah, so I know that the workshop will definitely feel smoother if it's toned down just a little bit.
Yes,
and
that's
then,
coming.
and then also paired with the few weeks of SSF, I think it will go into the game really well. So the next thing is, recently we put out our first weapon cosmetics. We hope everybody liked those. We saw that there was a little bit of complaints with the pricing, and then also
They are
there
pretty
was no
expensive.
bundle.
Yeah.
So to be honest, we actually had the bundle designed before they were released. There just wasn't enough time, so we had to make the decision either delay the cosmetics or wait and put the bundle in next patch. We did make the decision to just put the cosmetics in first with the bundles, but we also have even more weapon cosmetics coming in together with those bundles as well.
Yeah, so I think again, this is also this is our
ahead of
first
the
time doing
table.
that kind of system, the system. So it was a learning experience for us. So yeah, it was actually pretty. The way I look at it, it was good that we did it this way because now we heard the feedback. So our plan is, and I think there was some misses on some of the specific items that we targeted.
Yeah, right.
So we hope to remedy that with the like you said, the upcoming bundle. So that's also planned for the upcoming hotfix.
Yeah, right. So
we heard, and so with the pricing, there is the reality of the business side of this, right? So again, the server costs are pretty out there right now. But all things considered, so we heard your voice. We had that bundle. Look forward to that with more attractive actual weapons that is going to be applied on coming soon.
Yeah, so with the pricing with the cosmetics, we really aren't trying to line our pockets like some people might try to believe. We really do try to keep them as fair as possible, but at the same time, we really do have to maintain the game. Okay. Oh, and there was one exciting adjustment to the Ember Flame weapons.
Okay.
About the glowing.
Yeah. So, Paul. So this was driven by Paul. Yeah.
오케이. 좀-
설명해줄까요?
네, 이게 무기 스킨도 그렇고 저희 어둠 쪽에서 발광하는 빛이 나는
Language of the
스킨들은
gods right
혹시
here.
여러분들도 돈을 썼는데 졌다는 느낌이 드니까 그 저희도 잘 알고 있고요. 그래서 좀 어둠 속에서는 이렇게 발광하는 스킨들은 이제 서서히 이제 보이지 않고 이제 발광하지 않고 그 다음에 이제 실질적으로 이제 이동이 있을 때 발광하는 식으로 좀 개선을 할 생각입니다.
Just before I do the translation, it's like I'll give it background. It's like he is probably
It's okay. You just
Yeah, he probably spent the most money on cosmetics in our company, right? Like as an actual player, Paul, right? And so he has a really good in tune with the player perspective of, and so one of the things that he brought up, and I think this was also echoed in the community, was like, oh, it's so pay to lose, right? It's like, oh, it's a good start, it's cool and
No,
everything,
he's not
but it's so pay to
sleeping.
lose. It's like, oh,
looks like he
how
is,
can
though.
we improve it in a way that
funny.
makes it, I want to buy it, but I don't want to, it's like I want to buy it, I want to support you guys, but then I don't want to be at a disadvantage because of this, right? And we're not looking to give you an advantage. And so Paul came up with a pretty good solution, I think, and that's what he was explaining is, hey, it looks cool, but like because it gives you away in the darkness, and we're dark and darker, that it matters, right? Is that the solution is, and we're working on to get this implemented with the next hotfix, is that when you go in the darkness and you stay still, the effect will turn off.
Yeah.
And then when you move again, then it'll slowly reignite.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, I think it makes the skins a little bit more enticing, to be honest. Just seeing the effect go on and off. It kind of has lightsaber vibes, but not really.
So again, we understand, like, people have those concerns. It's like we want it to look cool, but at the same time, it's like not go overboard. And
Yeah,
so
right.
hopefully this first batch is like we were trying to be a little bit conservative on that side, and then maybe we were too conservative and made it, And so it's really good to have someone like Paul who is just like, hey,
I think that's a good idea, by the way.
really, impactful with that player perspective.
Yep. Another big topic has been the arena. So we do have some arena adjustments coming up. Do you want to go into the details about those?
Again, so this was driven a lot by Paul because he plays arena a lot, right? Especially this season. And so, there's two aspects to this, is that this is our first official arena season. It's not perfect. It came out. We did have some concerns, but for the most part, it's doing what we wanted, right? Mm. But at the same time, some of the weak points that we knew about,
it still exists.
It still exists, and it got the spotlight shines more on it because this is an official season and people are taking it more seriously. Mm. In terms of engagement right now, is like, dude, the arena this season is popping, right?
Yeah,
so every weekend, we see a huge contingent that are coming in just for arenas, right?
Arena
and so
is
we know,
very popular
this is
in Dad. I've noticed
our
the player
goal
count goes
also
up
was this
with
season
Arena
is
a lot.
we wanted to make it more accessible, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why it's like, forget about the it has to be minted with your name. We're gonna leave it at Epic, and so we wanted to get more people involved in the arena, So that was the plus side, and I feel like we're hitting those successes. But the issue is that because of those not minor, they're actually substantial issues. Those are coming out to light, and so like the big thing is like we have warlords, so it's the top 100. But now you see that people are parking. They're making multiple characters. And parking it in the Warlord 100, right? Yeah. And so this is a bigger issue because we recently announced that community, the Warlord tournament, right? And so there is an issue for us. It's like, hey, this is the first official season of the arenas, and we want you guys to have trust in that system, especially with the upcoming tournament. But then now, people are taking advantage of the system. And so the first thing is like, we're going to work on making it so any like the duplicates, those won't be counted.
Yeah, that is a pretty big problem. You should not have duplicate player names
the Warlord
from the
top
same
100
person
should
in
be
the top
more
100.
accurate.
That is definitely a problem
100.
for a tournament setting.
Yeah. So the other thing is that we're looking into. So again, these are things that we knew were important, and it made us now investigate more R&D space into it is like, oh, okay, how can we improve the MMR system, especially for solos against teams? And then the other thing is we have to look into a DK system. So we're not promising all of this season, but at the very least, we're going to get the duplicates out.
Yeah, I think we actually have a few fixes coming up pretty soon. I'm not sure if Paul wants to go into details about those actual fixes that are planned or when, but I do know that Paul has something cooking up along with the arena. So
the reason I think it might be safer not to is because we're doing investigation. Again, it's some of the numbers, and we're talking with the actual matchmaking server head to get that. We're going to.
Okay. But yeah, just know that we do have some arena changes coming soon. We will announce those.
Yeah, so I'll say again, broadly is the three big things on our picture, or actually there's four, is that the most important is getting...
duplicate ranks.
Yeah, duplicate ranks and the Warlords, looking into the TK for this season and going forward. And then, adjusting the MMR system so that, hey, pre-maze and solos and duos,
I'm losing it with Paul over here.
There's a handicap.
Losing it.
Yeah, right.
And then the last one is like maybe extending the range. We do have that restriction range for MMR when you play with your friends.
Yep.
If you're too far apart, is like maybe extending that so you have a little bit more freedom to play with your friends.
All right, yeah. So I think everybody's happy about those changes and looking forward to them going into the game. The next thing we wanted to talk about was some adjustments to the dual boss room POI.
Oh, all right.
So-
Okay, so this is much more in Paul's wheelhouse right now. Is
Come on, Paul. Help us, please.
okay.
오케이.
Yeah,
제가 생각하는 이제 듀얼 보스룸의 문제는 제가 고블린 케이블을 굉장히 좋아하는데 거기에는 POI가 굉장히 좀 활성화돼 있어요. 트롤이랑 사이클롭스를 이제 처치를 하고 그다음에 이제 듀얼 보스룸에서 POI를 하는. 하지만 좀 아쉬운 거는 지금은 좀 세션 시간이 좀 짧게 느껴지고 이제 호드가 추가되면서 그다음에 이제
잠깐만요. 그럼 잘라서 얘기할게요.
sorry.
Okay, so yeah, so I already have forgot what he was saying, but I know because we've just him and I and SDF we've discussed this internally, but so I know the gist is so we wanted to make the dual boss rooms like a POI, and I think on the Goblin Caves, it's become a POI, especially with the adjustments to the horde, right?
Yeah, right.
But then the one issue now is that as a POI is that it feels like, in Paul's opinion, is that it's still the overall session time to do both bosses and get in there and have enough time to have that kind of exciting battle in there is a little bit short, right? So that's one of the motivations that was coming in.
그다음에 저희 이제 크립트 같은 경우에는 이제 스펙트럴 라이트랑 이제 벤시 같은 경우에 벤시가
POI is point of interest.
플레이하기 경험이 좀 좋지 않은 보스라는 걸 잘 알고 있고 이것 때문에 듀얼 보스링이 좀 활성화되지 않아서 이런 것들을 좀 이제 개선할 생각입니다.
Yeah, and so again, we had dual boss rooms and two maps, right? So we have in the Goblin Caves, and now he's talking about in the ruins. Yeah, so in the ruins is like so it's dependent on the Spectral Knight and the Banshee, and so the issue here is that the Banshee right now has a little bit of balancing issues and
the Banshee's hard.
And so that's the thing that we're looking to address. Hopefully we'll have that addressed in Hotfix 111, right?
Do they know?
So again, looking to maybe slightly increase the session time, right?
Yeah.
Because to
Do they know how bad
encourage
Cyclops
more
loot
people
is
to do
compared
the
to
dual
Troll? Like, do
bossing,
they actually know?
and then make it on the ruins a little bit more manageable with some of the balancing on the bosses.
Yeah, so the two main takeaways is session time increase just a little bit, and then Banshee is getting a slight adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know
And
if they
then,
truly know
So
how
yeah,
bad Cyclops
before we
loot
get
is.
into actual Q&A stuff from the community, we do want to just talk a little bit about the upcoming wipe. So the first thing is the wipe date. Currently, the wipe date is scheduled for the end of April.
Yeah. So again, let me just give a little bit of background here.
Okay,
Is
that's not
that,
too far away.
So
Right.
you know, SDF is going to talk a lot more about this at the end of this session, right? Because we have a big announcement about that, right? But I think the community kind of can feel is that now, you know, the phase of development has kind of changed, right? And so we're going into a phase where we're highly prioritizing like stability, okay, and just like okay, now we fix the foundational stuff, and then slowly, you know, predictably start to add stuff, right?
Right.
And so what this also means is that now we have more visibility into like scheduling and road mapping.
Yeah, right.
Okay? And so you know, strategically, the way we look at it is like, oh, okay, now you know, we can set the pace. Okay. Before it was like we were sprinting.
Yeah,
We were
right.
sprinting
right.
because we
We
wanted
were
to.
very reactionary
Yeah.
before.
And so now because I'm sure starting from EAS7 is like when SDF made that decision. It's like, okay, you know, he actually announced. So to us internally, it was a big message, right? And those terms, it's like the experiment is over, was a huge cue, and it really is, right? And so EA7 was the first. Let's see if that actually makes a difference, right? And then we saw that the advantages of going to that. And EAS8 this season is the first time where we're like, okay, full in, let's really commit to that. And because now we're getting comfortable, we're not again out of the woods yet, but we feel like okay, we're making progress here. And so because of this now we feel it's more predictable. It's like let's even make the wipes more predictable, right? So the way we're looking at it is like, hey, let's try to do wipes every 3 months, right?
Yeah. I know.
Again,
Oh, go ahead.
again, this is you know our plan right now. Things might not always go to plan, right? But it's like because of the sentiment and the feelings that we have right now that we built up, it's like we're feeling more comfortable, and that's why if you look at it, so we're planning to 3-month wipes. Going forward, is that the next wipe is scheduled for the end of this April.
Right.
Right. That's what we're aiming for, targeting right now. What this also does mean, because it is a little bit more aggressive. You know, I think you guys all saw it with the EAS7 it was a very extended season.
Those are pretty short wipes. We've had a
So
lot
with
of
the
like,
shorter
4+
timeline,
month ones.
because it's more aggressive, is that you might not have as much stuff coming out all at once, but that's actually the plan.
Yeah,
you know?
I think at least people would like to feel a little bit predictable, or being able to predict a little bit about what we are doing, though. So, yeah, I think that is good. So basically, we will be wiping a little bit more regularly going forward, but there might not be as much huge content pieces per season. But overall, the year should feel better, though, I think.
Yeah, but it should be more. You know, there should be more polish again.
Right.
You know, hopefully you guys are seeing that. I feel bad saying that with being responsible for the workshop, right? But but
Man.
to do more polishing with less, be more focused.
The community definitely can feel that, I'm sure, already. Even the last few months, or 1 or 2, 3 months, have felt different. Okay. So,
Paul's presence has
the
changed
Gathering
everything.
Hall.
Yeah.
This is some tough news for everybody.
I think I should talk
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of context from SCF here.
about the Gathering Hall. I personally requested about to stop the development about the Gathering Hall because
But it's his baby too. So we know.
maybe,
Everyone in this room was really wanting the Gathering Hall as soon as possible.
but 이건 조금 한글로 설명해야 될 것 같은데 그래서 좀 파이낸셜 측면으로 봤을 때 지금 우리 게임은 서버 코스트가 좀 커요. 그런 상태에서 우리가 게더링홀은 아주 재미있게 디자인하고 있었는데 이제 이 게더링홀은 서버 코스트를 더 많이 늘리는 피처이기 때문에 지금 시점에서 이걸 너무 재미있게 만들면 아직 우리는 비즈니스 모델이 그렇게 건강한 편이 아니에요. 저 입장에서는 아주 좋게 사이클이 돌고 있는 상태가 아니어서 이걸 끝까지 개발을 했을 때 우리한테는 더 안 좋은 결과가 나올 수 있어요. 그래서 여기서 원래 추구하고 싶었던 어떤 그 같이 게임 플레이 할 수 있는 사람들 찾는 거라든지 뭔가 그러니까 그런 그 소셜 측면에서의 어떤 서포트들 이런 것들을 할 수 있는 기능들을 조금 다른 형태로 좀 저희한테도 부담이 없고 플레이어들은 여전히 재미있는 형태로 풀 수 있는 아이디어가 있겠다라고 생각을 해서 지금 원래 진행하던 개더링으로는 잠시 그 서브 코스트 문제가 해결될 때까지 조금 홀딩한 상태고요. 지금 우리는 이제 파티 파인더 같은 형태로 전환하기로 결정을 했습니다.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Oh my god, dude, this is too much for me.
I was thinking that was a fun to translate.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, so to be honest, we are all heartbroken about the Gathering Hall right now. The main points is we tried to develop in mind to make it as fun as possible, but the price for servers was so high that we couldn't feasibly do it without doing a lot of damage to our financials to even sustain it. It could actually really jeopardize the company, to be honest, with the way it was designed. So, Terry, do you want to add some more to that?
Yeah. So,
It's not totally canceled, everybody. Just making sure you know that.
Because we still tune about
Yeah.
sub cost. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So again, so going back to our structure, so the service cost involved with running the game is pretty substantial, right? So that's the reality of it. The issue was, hey, we were designing it. SDM was actually the main designer for the Gathering Hall, right? And getting to a point, it's like, oh, okay, we were kind of getting ahead of ourselves. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. If we build this, we expect a lot of people to come without worrying too much about the concerns of the cost.
Yeah.
But then now we are getting into the more mature phase of running running the game stably as basically what all this means is we're getting to a phase we want to start really thinking about this game going to version 1.0.
Right, exactly.
And where we're not experimenting anymore, right? But that means that then now this has to be able to support itself on its own feet, right? And so when those kind of considerations start entering the picture, it's oh wait, we haven't actually fixed the issue of the service costs.
Yeah.
It's if this becomes so popular as it's everyone's using it, it actually makes it almost unfeasible,
For us to even operate. Yeah.
Well, so the thing is, there's some challenges here, right? And so the thing was oh, okay, let's put it on hold right now until we actually go to the technical. Look back into the technical and find a solution there. And so that's it. The phase got shifted. So that's what's happening. At the same time, he realizes that having this kind of social system feature is critical to the game, right? And so in the meantime, what we're trying to fix, find a solution for this issue is that at the same time, we're already working on a party finder system. Again, it's not, Gathering Hall is a whole ecosystem of these kind of social features.
Yeah.
And okay, let's do a critical, small part first until we could be confident that we could support this, without losing our clothes, right? So that's the current state right now.
Without going too deep into it, you want to hint on the Party Finder just a little bit? Basically, what it will consist of?
So I mean, this is something we talked. We come from old we're old, right? I'm nearing a half a century now, right? So yeah. But so we come from a lot of our nostalgia was playing old BattleNet games, Warcraft 3, StarCraft, Brood Wars instead, and so
I played those as well.
I think the first pass is going to be very similar to those kind of where you could make a custom game, you can make custom parties. We'll start with
I have
that.
been asking for
By the
custom
way,
Dark and
I want to
Darker
clarify,
games
we're not actually talking
for
about
years,
making a custom
by the
game
way.
mode. It's more of actually making custom parties in a way that you can always talk to each other with being in different menus, not being in the actual same party.
Yeah. So again, this is the starting social feature. Don't
Yeah.
we're gonna have these kind of things while we're still investigating and working on.
조금 제가 게임 플레이 측면에서 조금 더 설명을 해드리면
I'm a huge
일단
StarCraft 1 player.
제가
I
지금
still
현재
like
생각하고 있는 우리
StarCraft 1.
게임의 아쉬운 점은 예를 들면 뭐 와이번을 이제 킬링해라 프로스트 와이번 근데 이런 것들을 잘 못할 수 있는 플레이어들이 있잖아요. 근데 이제 이런 플레이어들이 자기를 도와줄 수 있는 그런 플레이어들을 쉽게 찾을 수 있기를 바라고 뭐 그 과정에서 가능하다면 이건 제 희망이지만 약간 커스텀 퀘스트 같은 것들을 이제 플레이어가 뭔가 의뢰하고 다른 플레이어가 그걸 억셉트해서 플레이하는 이런 형태를
So
원해요.
will players be able to name the channels basically?
Yeah. So they'll be able, at the very minimum, right? So, but I think what STF's talking right now. So one of the things that he feels kind of like the limitations of our game, the social aspect of our game is like, there's different player base. Player, types, right? So maybe I want to capture kill the wyvern, right? I have a quest
Or like learning the wyvern, stuff like that.
but I don't have the skills yet, right? And it's like there's no easy way for me to meet up with someone that could teach me or help me on that. And so to form a system that encourages these people to meet up, and then even going further, like is if players can make quests themselves to give to other players, help me capture the wyvern and here's a reward, right? And so
and get some gold.
get some gold, right? So
No, I'll tell you, I would actually love to see
that's the
private
line of
matches in
thinking.
this game.
Again,
if they do it
we're
like
gonna start
StarCraft 1
really
did it, which is
small,
what they
right?
sounded like,
just
that
get
would
that
actually be, I
functionality
think,
out
good for
there
the game.
because it's been a big
I would love private
hole
matches.
for a long time. And we kind of wanted to just throw the gathering hall all at once too. But okay,
I don't know about
because
the
this
quest
is
system they're talking about, but
looking
it would be
into
cool
it
to have
in that
private
meantime,
games.
this first part is really critical. Let's get that off.
Yeah. So we are really sorry about the gathering hall. We really do want it into the game. I know 3D space where everybody can socialize and chill out is going to be super fun. It's just not something that's coming right now as we planned. We planned it to be out, 2 weeks ago. So we just want to let you guys know about that. Like I said, we're super sorry about it, but we'll try to do what we can. Okay, so just a few more things before we go into the community Q&A part. We do have the Arena Warlord tournament coming up pretty soon. I'm going to post the application to join that tournament next Friday. Currently, the dates are set for April 17th, 18th, and 19th. It could change, but that's what it's looking like for now. So the tournaments are going to be separated by NA, Asia, and EU. We know that's not technically everybody, but it's all we can host for now. We'll try to do better in the future if we can, especially if the game population allows it in the future. Also, so with the applications, you have to be a warlord at the time you apply. We'll check your account. You'll see all the details about that in the actual application. You'll be able to apply solo, or you'll be able to put down 2 other teammates who are also warlord. If you have teammates that want to play with you in the tournament, that's fine. If you do not, there will be an option to apply solo, and we will match you with teams in that or teammates in that region if it's possible. So we hope you all enjoy that. It's the very start of that. We know it might not be perfect at the beginning, but we'll do what we can to make it better and keep going with it. I know like our ultimate goal would be having all the teams fly out who win and then do like a world championship. That'd be super cool. So that's something that's possibly coming in the future, just not right now. We do have a possible small collaboration with the Ad Mortem team. So I do want to just give a shout out to their studio. Currently, their team is cooking up a really cool project. It's their first project ever. So shout out to Ad Mortem. If you've never heard of them, go check them out. So I don't want you guys to be surprised that there is something possibly coming up pretty soon. But I'll just keep it at that for now. Also, Twitch drops. We will be having another Twitch drops campaign at the start of next season, as we usually do. Right now, it is set for 2 weeks, but it might extend to 3 weeks. It's currently being decided. I do want to talk about the Twitch drops this current season. I do think I missed the mark a little bit as far as the gear goes. I do like how we changed it to show the stats, but I will say I don't think that there were enough options to viably pick items. I know several times when I went in there, it was like a there was almost never anything even worth buying. So I do want to adjust the item count just a little bit to make it more feasible for players. I know we don't want to just hand out items, but we do want to make it worth your time for watching.
So those kind of adjustments that's the stuff that we're super open to, that we're working on, you know.
Yeah, so we will keep improving those as time goes on.
I assume they mean the Valentine merchant, because that merchant
Anyway,
never had any gear.
so that's for
I
next
think
season.
I wasted
And then,
all my candy from
last
those
thing
drops.
about the community side stuff is I do want to shout out to all of our volunteer teams. So that's the Wardens, Scribes, Knights, and Iron Guard. They do so much for us. We're tremendously grateful for all of their help. I know, so the Iron Guard is our most recent community team. They've been doing awesome for helping, clear the dungeons and, teamers. We're sorry about that. We're doing our best. I know Iron Guard is helping a lot though, so thank you. And also shout out to the Scribes. They make the game localized in so many languages. Thank you so much for that. That makes a huge difference. But yeah, thank you so much to all of our volunteer teams. But yeah, now we're going to shift into some community questions that were asked. Okay, so the first one is console. When can we expect some kind of console release?
So I'll answer this one because it's something that I've always wanted. So I don't know if people know my background. I'm from the
He
US.
only plays console.
No.
I'm just kidding.
But
He's hope. His desire.
Yeah.
So my hope was, I always thought that the Dark and Darker gameplay, the gameplay itself could actually translate really well to console. That was the desire, right? Because when we started, we there was none of that thinking. But it was just like, oh, okay. It would be great if we could cross that.
It would be the first
I
of its
was always
kind
surprised
too.
they never released on console.
And I
feel
think
like it's a big
now
market
that
and they just never tapped
there's
into
background
it.
stuff too, but now that like the legal stuff has been kind of calmed down and stuff, and so we could
I guess the legal stuff is the reason why. Kind of
because you have to talk with different partners and stuff, is because of those kind of events that happened recently. It's like, now our confidence of kind of engaging into the console is higher, right? So we've actually actively start to pursue that now. Okay, so that's that is something we're looking into, that we have as a high priority. I'll be the first to admit is I have zero experience making a console game. I don't think we have a lot of so we might be going into this totally
Don't
being
expect
naive
console
about this,
anytime
right?
soon is what it sounded like.
It's driven
Just
more
saying.
by a goal and a drive to do console. We have to, do our actual homework, and we started doing that. I think you saw one of our goals with EAS 8 was to get more gamepad support. We're still not there yet.
Give us some feedback on that. I know I've asked a few people who mainly play controller, but yeah, we always appreciate feedback when it comes to that to make it better for console in the future.
But again, trying to bring that Dark and Darker experience onto console is something I'm really, and I think everyone else is really excited to try.
It doesn't sound like they've even started
that's
on
the reality
console
where we're at right now.
release.
Cross-platform would
This
do
is
so
probably
much
not
for the
coming for
population. I
1
think
to 2
it would be
years
huge.
at this rate.
So-
That's insane.
That's our hope.
Yeah.
That's our hope. Is at the same time we want to be realistic about making things on an even ground, right? So yeah.
Okay, so the next question is, do you think we will see the training system in the foreseeable future?
Okay.
The training system. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier.
Okay, honestly speaking, is so this is a discussion that SGF and I have had a lot about, right? So the reason this has been kind of pushed on hold is there is kind of two conflicting viewpoints about this, and so because of this, we haven't made an actual decision on which way to go, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm more of a traditionalist, just keep it simple, like a skill tree, right? And if we decide on doing that, we could probably get that out next wipe or the wipe after. But at the same time, is SCF is like, oh wait, we want to, not put ourselves in the corner and then maybe challenge ourselves design-wise too, right? And so I think that was, if people know,
like a subclass system.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what
Oh,
he's
God,
been pushing more is like,
subclass
maybe so
God.
we learned a lot from the
Hopefully it's
multi-classing,
different.
right?
But
So
it used to
yeah,
be.
but it's not. Yeah, it hasn't been. I think that was the execution was the issue, right?
Yeah.
And so the stuff we learned is like not a pure multi-classing. Is like let's try to explore ways to make it a little bit less traditional and challenge ourselves design-wise and maybe have some kind of a subclass system, right? And so this is the stuff that, again, but right now, because we have all this process stuff that we have to, we're fixing in the background, this has kind of been on hold, right? So I think that's the answer is like, if we want to go with the traditional, and we, this is a thing that we go back and forth on, right? Is that, if we do that, we could kind of get that out earlier. If we wanted, and this is a balancing act with several other major features, right? So
Yes.
that's the answer is that can we see it in the foreseeable future? If you hear that we're coming out with it pretty soon, then you'll probably know what to expect,
Yeah.
right? In terms of like, that's a more.
So just don't even
you've seen
we're not
it in
even
a
anywhere
lot of other
close to
RPG games.
Yeah.
it
If
sounds
we
like to
keep
me.
on pushing it back, it's very likely it's going to be something that you've probably not seen.
As someone mentioned it as well in the chat, we don't want to put something out that it'll just be everyone's copy pasting the exact same perks and it's the exact. We want something that actually is impactful.
So our concern with the skill tree system is that our personal experience with most skill tree systems is that it locks people into metas.
Yeah, exactly.
And so
I really hate that.
yeah, he super hates that. To me, it's like, I'm not a big fan of that. But then the way I look at it is like because we are a live service game, and then we do have some outs, I guess, is that we have seasonal wipes where we could change metas, but at the same time, that's not the ideal.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, that's why this is a kind of a hard. There's not a perfect answer, and there's other stuff that we have to prioritize, just management wise first. And like I keep on restating is that we're kind of seeing the end of the tunnel on that part. And so now once we get out of that, we could start focusing on these kind of creative questions.
Okay. So, does Iron Mace have any plans regarding an extension to the religion system?
religion system.
네.
그래서 이건 원래 이제 그 약간 메시브 PVP
I
이런
feel like the
것들을 해보고
religion
싶어서 우리가
system is
많이
basically
봤던 그러니까
just
소사이어티가
people
너무
choosing the
없으니까
meta
소셜 기능이
religion
우리가
of
너무
whatever
없으니까
gives you the
그걸
best
대체하기
stats,
위해서
and then
나왔던
you're
건데
locked in for the whole
우리가 당시에
season.
만들 때
So
이
people just
릴리전
copy
시스템이
everyone else, and there's
정말
no
아쉽게도 그 플렉서블하지가
there's
않아요.
not
지금
much
만들어
there.
놓은 게.
오케이.
그래서 지금 이걸 튜닝하기가 되게 어려운 상태로 제가 이해하고 있고 그래서 여기서 뭔가 기능을 더 발전시키는 걸 저희가 잠깐 멈추고 지금 있는 이제 코스메틱을 얻을 수 있는 어떤
Yeah.
그 헌금하는 형태 그 형태를 지금 유지하고 있고요. 그래서 지금 당장은 플랜이 없고 근데 이제 오리지널 플랜은 이것들을 가지고 뭔가 롤플레잉을 하는 거였는데 아직 그쪽으로 확장하기에 한번 대규모 리팩토링이 필요해요. 제가 느끼기에는.
Okay.
네.
Yeah. So the quick answer is that right now there's no plans to expand this, right? But what SDF really wanted to was the intention behind the religion system was that he wanted to be more of a social feature where you have like big groups versus groups, right, fighting each other. And then what he mentioned right now is that the current implementation is like technically it's kind of like hard coded. Right?
Yeah, right.
And
I
so
do remember that. People were
that
like
leads
excited
to
for
why
the religion system
there's no
to be like great
short-term
plans, or so to speak, and you would like choose religions to like team up, and
we
then
don't
it
have
just became
short-term
like
plans
a meta,
to expand
like,
it right
stat
now because
thing,
it would actually
basically.
take
And
a
then have
lot
money
of
sink for
effort.
skins.
But the original intention is to have these kind of group identities where so yeah, the gist of it is right now there's nothing in the short-term plan, but there is and there was bigger goals for the religion system.
Okay. Yeah, so we know there's room to expand that, just not right now. Can we expect more community contests in the future, like the minor artifact event? So, Paul, I know you
Oh,
wanted to talk about that.
그 커뮤니티.
네, 커뮤니티와 지금보다 더 많이, 더 자주 이런 이벤트를 하기 원하고는 있는데 저희가 일단은 그 타이밍도 중요하고 저희가 어디에 지금
I haven't heard anything too game changing so far. I don't know if anyone else like feels the same way. Most of the they've
Okay,
talked
so
about
he's
is
saying, yeah, so he does have the desire to do more community events, but it's a matter of timing and then our focus of resources.
Yeah.
So, once we get a better handle on that, I think we could do more. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I will add on there. Actually, we were considering doing one about a month ago, but just some stuff happened. It wasn't viable, but we have it on the background, so it will come. The next thing is, will the deal maker allow Faustian Bargain and High Roller again?
Okay. Yeah. So Faustian again. Okay. Hello.
I actually do not want Faustian Bargain and High Roller. That would be
그래서
so
이거는
grief.
제가 personally
It's
that's my personal request. It should be in
Yeah,
the high roller.
Yeah. But SDF's personal
Then-
request is he wants
And
Faustian
Paul
Bargain back
will,
in.
Paul will make that.
oh
Yeah,
my
and then
god.
Paul's gonna be responsible for getting that done.
Yeah.
Oh
And,
my god, it's gonna
so
be so
background
bad.
is people don't know is that
It's not from Paul.
Yeah.
It's from me.
yeah, so it's a commandment is hey get that in there. But the reason he's asking Paul is Paul in the background for the last 2 seasons has been pretty much the warden of the Faustian Bargain. So all the balancing and stuff that goes even into the monsters was being pushed by Paul. So that's why he's
Don't blame Paul. just blame me.
The first week of High Roller Faustian Bargain was crazy. So, yeah, I think a lot of people are looking forward to this answer, but are there any plans to have a stash/inventory auto sort system?
Yeah, it's
We've been
also my
waiting for
personal
auto
request.
sort since the
So,
game
yeah, there
released.
should be-
please understand when he says personal request, that's like order down from God. For us, it's like, oh, okay,
Actually
get this
something
done.
I,
So
like,
we know
want.
that this is important. I think even in the comments right now, people are talking about where's the auto sort, where's the filter, and so this is something that is like super high priority to
Oh.
the development team itself. Is like this, so. Already, even right now, we are working on this right now. So I think the last talk, we last podcast we came out again, and the current implementation of
It's
the,
not perfect, but
yeah. So there's a lot of issues with the inventory system. We have to continue to improve this. This like there's still the what is it? The legitimate ESP because of this, where people
Yeah.
and so we know about this and we have to fix the root cause of the inventory system. But in the meantime, because we're trying to get perfect out means that everyone's waiting way too long.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so the quivers that came out was done as hard
Just-
code is spaghetti code, okay? And we're just like, okay, we promised it. We had to get that
That
done.
damn
And this is
quiver,
kind of in
man.
that same boat is that, okay, this underlying system is kind of rocky, but because it's such a fan favorite feature, fan requested, and then now we have the commandment from above saying this has to go in, is we're gonna have to do the spaghetti code, hard code on the filter and the sort, and we're working on that already, like a workaround. So unfortunately it's not gonna be perfect because of that, but it's being done as we speak.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure they're glad to hear that. Okay, is a boss rework on the horizon? This is my personal favorite. So, but I know Paul wanted to answer this one.
일단 기존 보스들을 하나하나 이제 검토를 시작하고
I don't know about you guys.
이제 첫 번째가 될 것 같고.
The reworks done to Fire Colossus to make it feel like you can only fight that boss with like Warlock, Halberd, and Shadow Touch has been very
개선을 하고
fun
나서
to me.
전반적인 리워크
I feel like Fire Colossus doesn't even feel like it's fun to fight anymore.
Yeah. So
조금 관련해서
네.
근데 이거를 까먹기 전에 얘기.
네, 오케이. 오케이. 맞아요. 저 지금 한글로 얘기한다고 생각하고 있어.
Yeah, and so personally,
Like a buffer.
Translation.
my CPU is
Thank you.
these days,
Yeah.
I probably aged more in the last like 3 months than the last like 10 years. But What Paul is saying is like we've already started to look at the bosses. You know, he wants to do it one by one. You're already going to start seeing that with the Banshee, right? So that's already ongoing, and he wants to make it so it's, you know, start making it finding those pinpoint points where it's uncomfortable, it's not that fun, and tuning that. So that's the goal, and we're already starting that. You'll see it with the Banshee, the first pass coming soon.
There is actually a good,
thank you.
big change of the organization about the monster part. There's new part leader from the animator, but he has always wanted to improve more about the monster patterns or something. Be good. He really wants.
He's also a jiu-jitsu black belt, so people don't let him
really
beat us up. So.
He's a good guy, and he will take a more see more deeply about the monsters patterns or quality or something.
Yeah.
Then it could.
I do know players would like monsters to be a little bit. Makes sense based on the floor. Right now, it's honestly a little bit all over the place, but it's something we are aware of and we want to work on.
I am with you guys, by the way.
okay.
A lot of the bosses are not fun to fight. They're
This
like
is
cheesy
kind of a big
one-shot
one.
gimmick
Are
mechanics.
you happy
and then
with
if you
the
don't
way
die to
the
that,
game is
they're
in
easy
its
to kill.
current state?
Like Ghost King's a great example. Like,
Wait,
it's
didn't
just-
we start
a
with
lot of the
Yeah, we
bosses
can
are
kinda
just
say-
not fun
yeah,
in
we-
Dark and Darker.
we can
It's
just
like, that's why
answer
I
pretty
don't really give
lightly.
it.
Well, so for me is I feel like we're in a much better place now, like internally, just like mentally, and then just like hope-wise, than like 6 months ago. Right?
Yeah, everybody knows 2025 was a wild
It was
year.
rough. Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Honestly, we learned a lot of good lessons from that year, and I think it will make the company overall super strong
2025
in the
was
future.
so bad for Dark and Darker.
It's not perfect.
Yeah,
100%. We have a long ways to go, but like, the metaphor I keep on using is we're finally turning a corner, and I'm hopefully want to see a straight road going, and we just need to go here, not have too many detours. You know, we're not gonna get enticed by weird detours, and we're not gonna have too many bumps, and let's just. Okay, let's go forward. There's 1.0 here, you know, hopefully my dream. Oh, we have a console Dark and Darker experience that we could kind of put on the, man, then we're just driving along. That's how I feel. And right now, and I feel like the other thing I do want to, this is kind of internal stuff, is that internally our metrics is showing that,
Very positive.
yeah, these being stable, being steady, having that, commandment is no more. We're out of experimenting. Is like it is actually making a difference. We were being very careful. Like I think SCF did mention is like the last 2 seasons, because we were doing that kind of transition, is that we haven't been spending any money on marketing, right?
Yeah.
This is the first time that, and so because we wanted, before we knew there were so many broken things, it was like, oh, you pour money in, and it was just kind of, and we weren't getting that the return, right? I feel like with the recent data that we're seeing right now is like, even if we're looking at weekly average retention DAU, this season is matching our when we first launched on Blacksmith, the Hold the Line season, where everyone's on the honeymoon, right? And we're actually, I think, upcoming week is gonna be first place out of the eight or so seasons that we have data for. And so we're like, okay. And so I think SJ mentioned is like, oh, okay, now we could start slowly turning on the marketing. In the past, all we've done for the last 2 seasons was Twitch drops. That's it.
Yeah.
That was just all internal, right?
Right.
So that shows that kind of confidence of where if you ask, how do I feel about this current season? It's like, okay, I'm feeling much more hopeful, much more confident. We still got work to do, but.
So yeah, even the metrics show a lot more stability these days, and the player count might not reflect it, but the retention is actually doing really great as well.
Yeah.
So we are super happy about that. Okay.
I was gonna say retention
So,
might be similar. The player count's
this
definitely
isn't
down from previous
that
seasons.
important, but
maybe the amount
I'm
of
sure
players
people
that
would
are
like to hear
staying
this
for the
answer.
season is the same.
Do
or
we have
bigger.
any plans to allow players to change their character names? I will say, for example, I know like one guy has like every famous person's name possible.
Oh,
and
the
he's
streamer?
never-
Yeah.
so
And he hasn't logged in
Yeah.
in like 3
He
years. or
logged in
whatever.
day one to just to claim those names.
Yeah.
So we're sorry about that. But yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, so this is, because we haven't really officially talked about this internally, but I think for me, because when you told me about that guy, I was like, dude, yeah, that sucks, right? It's because your online name is your identity, right? It's like it sucks that you can't claim your identity.
Yeah.
I think technically there's some issues that we have to look at, and then policy wise, like community service wise, but the goal is, yeah, this is important. It's important for the community. It's important for members to be able to have their identity, right, in a live service game. So I think we have to find out right timing. My personal thinking, we have to align, but is when we get to 1.0, maybe we just do a name wipe.
Yeah.
And give all people that have that have been playing the game some kind of window where they could claim their name, or
I would be fine with that, as long as we don't have to
so
fight
when
for
we
our
start
current
that
names.
new
and we
season
can
afresh,
secure
you
our
have
current ones
your name
beforehand,
and
I
then
think
in the
that's fine.
future, with that, we could build upon like a name change kind of
yeah.
function.
I do know right now it can be kind of tough to find a name because we have, 10 characters, 11 characters per character. It's all per account. It's all shared on the same server. Yeah, the names are taken. We're sorry about that. We'll do something about it when we can. So the addition of parrying for every weapon was really good. We had a lot of good feedback about that. I think it was actually, it kind of came out of nowhere. People weren't really expecting it too much, but the results were really nice. Are there any changes like that to the melee combat coming in the future?
네, 그래서 폴이 먼저 얘기하고
그냥
오케이.
그다음, 예. 그래서
일단은 기존 패링 시스템 저도 굉장히 좋아하고요. 근데 일단 지금 조정해야 될 부분이
Outside of the
많이 있다고
two-handed
생각하고 아직 정리를 하지
weapons,
않고 첫
some of
번째가
them
어떤
being like
것들이고
pretty broken
무기별로
for
어떤
parrying,
타이밍이나
I do
이런
think the
것들을 정말
parrying
좀 더
does
정밀하게
add
튜닝할
more
필요가
depth
있다고
to
생각해서
combat than
이걸
it
먼저
did
좀
before,
개선할 거고
so I would say overall it's
그다음에 좀 더
positive.
이제 앞으로 이런 그
When it first released, though, two-handed like Bardiche for parry was so
할수 있는
stupid.
이런
It
부분을
was
조금
so
더 많이
strong.
이제 개선을 할 생각이지만 개인적인 의견으로는 너무
I
진입장벽이
feel like we haven't really gotten any like
신중히
of
좀
like the
검토하면서
burning
반영을 할
questions that I was
생각이에요.
hoping we would
Okay,
get.
it's gone super
but,
simplified.
Yeah.
But so he's he's sad, he's happy with us expanding the parry system. There's still work to be done because like there's
I wanna know about
adjustments,
the
tuning,
monk
some of the
iron
the animations, the reactions, the hits. So there's adjustments that still need to be made. So he's going to be fully focused on improving the current parrying system, but overall we're going the right direction. And
there will
now I
be
just
new,
went to
I'll explain. I'll explain. Yeah.
I love the SDF English skills. It's like
My English is so bad, but let me try. Yeah, I think we are lack of the skill expression. I think it's not enough for our game, and Paul was working hard for the balancing and adjusting the new parry motion sort of thing, but he says it's not enough. It still need tune.
Yeah. That's the part.
And there should be some new features for the skill expression, but he doesn't want it to something so new or too complicated.
Yeah.
Then he will looking forward more.
Like an intuitive.
Right.
That makes sense. That it doesn't need to be like a weird, only the culture, our community knows that,
Yeah.
right?
And
But-
I do think the recent melee changes actually fit into the game really well. So
But I will request about the chambering system.
Yeah.
The weapon edges will complete
that'd be
this
super
together.
cool.
Yeah. For using more impact register system or impact power system. Yeah.
Yeah. So that I knew,
But it's totally new.
yeah, right.
and so yeah, we're
I will
gonna,
request personally to
Yeah.
for.
Okay. So, are there any plans for dynamic random events in the dungeon?
He will explain.
Okay.
That would actually be interesting if we had.
Okay, I guess I would
Actually, we've
wasn't
heard.
just
I
all
remember there was mentions of this like 3 years ago. The something roaming through the dungeons. I can't remember what it was.
Well,
We've had cool ideas in the
Yeah.
past.
so the thing is, again, this transition phase is, of course, I want to make the game have more feelings of like actual dungeon diving, dungeoneering, and so those are all. But we built up so fast, and we built up like just adding on everything, right? And so the last 2 seasons was really that phase of, okay, instead of just piling more things on, is like, let's slow down. Really, the age of experimenting is over. Now it's reduce, and then find out this is the core. Remove this, fix what we are, and then from here we could start adding on events, right?
Yeah.
So I really do want to go down this path, but we had to do the kind of the inside spring cleaning. We're not done yet, right? But we've made really good progress, and so. And we've been dabbling into that, right? So I think even this
the
season,
dynamic POIs.
yeah, the dynamic POIs. We have shout out to like Liquid. There's people out there that are like, hey, we're trying. It's just our capacity right now is doing spring cleaning plus adding. So once we get this done, we could start focusing a little bit more on here. So it's
I would
a
love to
matter
see
of
more
capacity.
POIs
The
added to
desire,
the
the will to do it
that
has
aren't
always
just
been super high.
bosses
Right?
and like boss
So
countering.
I do know SSF has been a hot topic, and people are pretty split on it in the community and actually internally.
Oh
as
boy,
well.
if you guys know that.
SDF, SSF.
Yeah.
So,
자, 토미코.
Which side
well,
are you guys
what do we
on?
think about SSF?
Just explain about that.
First,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Whoever.
솔직히 말하면 2주까지는 재밌었는데 3주차 되니까 되게 조금 힘들더라고요. 이게 아마 저 개인적으로는 워크샵이나 퀘스트의 어떤 밸런싱 이런 부분들이 좀 더 잘 돼 있었다면은 조금 더 재밌었을 것 같은데 그런 좀 아쉬움이 있었어요.
Yeah, so he's saying personally for him, like 2 weeks was fun. Once it got to the third week, it kind of got a little bit tougher. There may be, some balancing issues and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, so that was his personal feeling. Me personally, I understand that
because classes like
why
Wizard
there
don't
is
really
that
work very well
attractiveness
in
with the
SSF, and Barb
mode.
just kind of dominates, but that might be
I
a
will be
gameplay
very
issue, not an SSF
honest,
issue.
is that there is
honestly.
actually in our data too, is that there is a big kind of cultural divide in our user base.
Yep.
You ever tried to kill a Barb in SSF gear as a wizard? You might as well
Western
just
users
ult it
are
out
a
of the
little
game.
bit
It's so unfun.
actually not much more open to it than our Eastern, but again, it's complex because we have a pretty. It's very strange too, is that we have a pretty even divide, right? And I was like, oh man. So the easiest thing for me is if we had like
I mean, that's good for you, Professor.
100,000
but it's still not fun.
users.
That's
Just
the
make
big
two
issue.
game modes.
Yeah, right.
And
Even
then
though you can
50,000,
technically kill
I think
Barbs as
that,
Wizard in SSF, it's not
it would do
fun
well
and it's
in
not
its own.
like good.
Reality is
Way-
right now we're at this point where
I would rather be
that's
the
not
Barb every single
sustainable.
time.
So in the near future, I think we're gonna keep on running as events because there is that charm and there is that fun.
Yeah, I think
of
the
it,
first
so,
2 weeks is a really good compromise. It gives a good dose without making it too long.
Well, regardless, I
okay.
guess it doesn't really
And
matter what
now
any of us
about the
think.
ship
It sounds like they're going to
graveyard.
do 2 weeks
So,
SSF.
will we be seeing any extension or
And they moved
reword
on,
to the
so
ship
there you go, I
graveyard
guess.
anytime soon?
제가 말해요. Okay. So not soon. So there was a plan to do it soon, right? And then, but again, it goes back to, hey, let's kind of steady the boat and then go forward with, slow progress. I think before it was like maybe we'll make one gigantic step forward,
Yeah.
and then and like our strategy has changed. Is hey, we're not gonna make these giant leaps anymore. Is like, but we'll make small steps forward. I mean, we do have missteps going back, but it's small steps backwards, right? So it's, and the eventual goal is like here, 3 months down we're here, 3 months down we're here, right? And so the reason I'm explaining this is the rework of the ship graveyard is kind of a bigger risk, right? And so the thing was like, oh, okay, we put that out there. I'll be very honest, I think the team did a great job with the challenge that
Yeah, I think the swimming honestly is
no,
pretty
the
unique.
atmosphere, the swimming,
Cool.
all of this is. I think they did a really good job. Except it was just a super hard challenge to begin with, right? And so the thing is like, oh, because off the space is like, there's so many ideas now. It's like, oh, how can we? But it was like, yeah, we're gonna do a 3-month roadmap right now. It's like all those ideas to come to fruition. I look at it as I have to be a manager. Is like, oh, dude, I got to cut so much of that right now. Is that then what actually gets put out with that? So to be honest, like the simple thinking was like, oh, tropical island, summertime, that'll be the best. It was like,
the testing, it was like, oh, this is so different.
Yeah, but so. Yeah, the quick 30 answer, no, there's nothing in the short timeline, but once we get this done, it's like, hey, maybe next summer is like, hey, let's return to the beaches and let's have, we have a whole bunch of ideas of making this much more exciting. We already had the settings and everything set for the when you go down the
whirlpool.
whirlpool. And so let's see. So I guess this upcoming year is like finding our pace. And then once we find that pace, it's like, oh, okay, what can we
SSF is the most
actually
important thing they
realistically
talked about.
accomplish? And then
Because I've
hopefully
seen a lot
next
of
year,
people say that they think
kind of
that they're
stupid,
going
simple
to go
thinking
full
of
seasons of
summertime,
SSF
let's
into
go
the root
revisit the
market,
islands.
and
Maybe we can make that a
clearly
reality.
that's not
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
happen based on what they just said.
All right, so
Sounds like we're gonna have 2
we
week
do have a
SSF
few other
for future
pretty big
seasons.
announcements for this.
Yeah.
So, SDF, we do have a new project. The second project for Iron Base has officially started in the works. So yeah, that's out there now.
Dark
you
and
want to talk
Darker
about
too?
that just a little bit?
뭐 프로젝트에 대해서 지금 당장 I don't
kidding.
mention about
Probably
the
not.
actual project.
Yeah,
what
right.
was that? Yeah, what is that? But 이거는 한글로 설명할게요. 조금 복잡하니까.
Okay, yeah.
예. 근데 좀 어려울 수 있어서 어떻게 할까요? 그냥 영어로
Actually,
얘기해볼까요?
Dark and Darker too.
Let's try again in English. I think well, you guys know I always try to something new and big because I really want to expanding our border.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this game is so good. I mean, Dark and Darker, but I still thinking like it needs some little more system or features or new something because there's so many competitors and so many good games. Then and we need to positioning up, we finding our position.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I took spent a lot of time I think about the experiment when we was try to semi-wipe and semi-wipe.
SDF talking about
then try
experiments
to
scares the hell
can
out of
lead
me.
the solos
For this.
or something. Yeah, it was too harsh I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Then we decided, and we learned a lot of things from that. But we decided, okay, the experimental is over. Then we just keep our sustainability or something. And then we walk through the 2 seasons, season 7 and season 8. I think we are in that place.
Yeah, right.
It's more stable than before.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Then and then I think my personality and my power is going to little smaller than this project because I still try to new things and more experiment. But Dark and Darker and the it's not that pace because it's a live subs game. Yeah. Then I
do feel, I feel like now that we're stabilizing is like, I feel more like you can't do, being handcuffs. And we don't want that, right? I think that's a big behind the story, behind the scenes thing too.
Yeah, and this company and this game, Dark and Darker, I think there is some how can I explain these things? Some bad tags from the opposite.
So
the reputation is not good.
이거는 한국말 해도 될 것 같아요.
Because of the legal fight or something. Then I really wanted to show our actual power. We can make a good game. More and more.
What is he talking about?
So a little bit of background because we do have the legal fight. It's still ongoing, but now because there's more clarity. But unfortunately, that recent decision that came out in December was like, oh, hey, there was some trade secret infringement that went on, and to us, it's like that's super disappointing because we're just like, dude, that makes no sense. Like they don't have any, there's no evidence for that. And it's like, wait, So what happened, especially in Korea, is like the branding happened is once that came down from the court, is like, oh, this game is no longer something that came out of STF's mind, right? The creativity, and which is total BS, right? And so there's a little bit of that fire. It's like, F you guys, I'll show you what I could, like, if, the whole, if that's the narrative, is like, I'll show you again, right? And I think there's that fire that got
exactly. That's why I decided to make some new game, but this game will using the Dark and Darker IP. Then how can I explain? I handover. I will hand over the director role, the Dark and Darker director role to Terry, and I decided make some co-director who Paul and who Jinho, who
Are we getting Dark and Darker too?
server master.
Yes.
He will try to help us in the back end.
So that was a big thing, is that because of that kind of renewed fire, knowing that, hey, okay, how can I do the full potential of like show my creativity here, and it's like, hey, and then also with him building and showing us, hey, the stability, now we are stabilizing. Is like, oh, okay, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Is that even if I start thinking about a new endeavor, is like, if we weren't here and he wasn't comfortable, there's no way that he could make this happen, right? But what he's saying is,
but don't worry too much, and don't happy too much, because I'm not going anywhere. I just oversight this project because I'm the CEO of this company, and then I will oversee the two actual projects and personally involve a little more. The new project.
So the official announcement we wanted to do was that there is a official role change now going on. So Paul and I will be taking over as directors of Dark and Darker.
Yes.
Okay. And then SDF is taking on. He's still the CEO of the company, and he's still the executive producer of the entire franchise and the game itself. And he's still, it's basically now, instead of handling everything from top down, it's like, oh, he's the commanding general now, right? So he's focused more on the high level strategy. And then
like a marketing or the console launch
and
or
then
something.
The major features, where the day-to-day, the gritty, the tactical stuff is that now Paul and I are in charge of that, right?
I gotta see chat, actually.
So this has been like in the works, when he was talking about it, even back at last year.
Yeah, right.
This is when the kind of maybe it's time. And then when the lawsuit result came out, he's like, okay. But at the same time, thankfully for me, is like he didn't want to hand over, like if it was like a car, right? He didn't want to hand over a car that has like a broken transmission. It's like at the very least,
I was
it's
all
like,
against
hey,
everything that was being
now
said
it's the
until they
stable,
said
it has
role
four
change.
wheels and it's driving,
And then Paul and Terry
so
are
that
taking
was the,
over
that
for
was the
like
thing. It's
lead,
like, oh, okay,
like devs. That sounds so
that's
good
kind
for
of
the game.
the situation,
Truly.
and we wanted
Like,
to announce this.
Don't even know or
I think
care what the
that's
new
a big
game
thing.
is.
So he's not going anywhere, guys. Right? He's still here. He's still our boss. He's still the he's already, like, as you've seen, there's all those commandments that have already come down that we have to do. So sorting is going in, not because Paul and I wanted it, because STF says, hey, if sorting's not in there, you guys are in big trouble,
No.
Yeah. So.
And I will clarify just a little bit for the players who might be concerned. So this new announcement is not taking away from Dark and Darker. We have
I'm
actually
not
brought in a
concerned
few
at
new
all.
people in-house to help focus
concerns
on the
here,
new
man.
project. Literally less than a handful of Dark and Darker team has moved to the new project. It will make a tiny impact, but nothing major. We
Oh,
brought
well,
in-
unless STF takes
Yeah,
people that are
a lot
working
of-
on Dark and Darker for
a
his
lot
new
of
game.
this
I
was
guess that could
actually
affect
going
it,
on in the
actually.
background
I didn't think
too.
about
So
We are starting at the handover. This handover in February, in early February. Yeah.
yeah, so
EA 시즌 8까지는 제가 이거를
I guess it depends on how they do that.
Yeah.
그 이후에 라이브 서비스부터는 이제 폴 테리님이 할 수
If
있도록
he
우리가
takes the workers
그
from dad, that's
Yeah,
actually kind of bad.
체제를
though.
바꾸고
that's why I
있었어요.
lost all my hair, got age, but
그래서 지금은 이제 잘 바뀐 상태고
Yeah.
잘 돌아가고 있는 상태라고 생각합니다.
So-
I'm happy with that.
yeah. So the reality of it was right today is the actual announcement, but then the plan that SHIP put in motion was actually started even earlier. So the last couple hot fixes, we flew solo. You was like, okay, good job, guys.
That makes so
Don't
much
F it
sense. The
up.
hot fixes that have been a huge W for the game, SDF has had nothing a part of.
Yeah.
It all
네,
makes
그래서
sense.
신규
who would have
프로젝트는
thought?
아마 지금 정확하게 얘기하기는 좀 힘들지만
Yeah, it's hard to get details
Who would have
about the
thought
new
these
project
were
right now.
Paul,
다크앤다크
Terry
IP를
hotfixes?
활용할 거예요.
Yeah.
네, 그래서 다크앤다크 플레이어들이 좀
You
익숙할 수
could
있는
tell,
게임일
dude. You could
가능성이
literally
매우
just
높습니다.
tell
So,
by how
it's
good
gonna
the
build on
updates were
the
that
Dark
SDF had
Dark
nothing to do with these
franchise.
updates.
We can do it again.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we have all that faith in SCF though. Yeah.
It's a super cool idea. So,
Yeah.
okay.
So that was
Yeah.
a big announcement. I don't know.
So, yeah, that was actually part of the reason why we wanted to have this tavern table so spontaneous. We wanted to break the news already. But yeah, we are super happy everyone was able to join us for this. We will be doing more every wipe, like I said. This was our first time. I know we had a little bit, like the camera angle's a little bit weird. The audio might not be the best. But I hope it was good enough for everyone and it was clear. But yeah, thank you again so much for all the support. We're really glad that everybody was able to join us today. And thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah. Paul, can you still breathe all right?
Are you okay? Are you okay with that?
maybe.
It's also
Are we
Do you
gonna
want
get
to
a
show
face
off
reveal
your
of Paul?
arming sword? 그거 있잖아요.
show your
My sword.
let them show your long sword. Yeah, long sword or ramen sword. I don't know what it is.
Paul's such a Chad, truly.
Yeah, so
Apparently that's it. I was
hoping
Hoping for some more game info.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. There was a few things that like never got touched on. Monk class is like a big one that I was hoping we'd hear something
drove to,
about.
like, this
The new
other
like
town
perks and
in-
skills for classes that Drogon and Rage are supposed to get too.
Couple hours
No
away
talk
to-
about any of that.
to accrue that. So.
But yeah, actually, So Bad Strange announced this on Reddit. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna raid So Bad Strange. So,
Thanks.
Thank you, so bad. Thank you, so bad.
guys. See. All right.
Thanks everyone.
Yeah. Thank you
Okay,
all so much
bye-bye.
for coming. All right, everybody.
All right, let's talk a little bit here. let's talk a little bit about the some of the things that got mentioned during the stream. So there wasn't a huge amount of changes that were super impactful, but some of the key things that I think are worth mentioning before I end stream, because it's pretty late, it's almost midnight for me. Some of the key things that are changing, or that like I noticed during the talk. I tried to mention it. It was kind of hard. I had to be quiet a lot because they were talking like so frequently. The SSF change, or the SSF talk, was very brief, but is actually one of the more important parts of the stream. If you go, I've seen like Reddit posts a lot, and I've seen, or even like in my own chats, and I've seen a lot of people say that they're under the impression that Marketplace is going to get phased out of the game, and that SSF is going to like become extended even further past where we were at like this last season, or this season now. And during that talk, the developer, they said that they're going to go back to 2-week SSFs at the most, because they said they didn't like 3 weeks. Number one, that tells me that they are not going to remove the marketplace. So anybody who was under any impression that the marketplace was going to get removed, that is not happening. Number two, it's not going to be 3 weeks anymore. It's going to be 2 weeks. So those are two, like, you know, that is actually a pretty decent, like, important thing to note from this stream. Number two, the Faustian Bargain HR worries me a little bit. I don't think Faustian Bargain is balanced at all for HR, and I just can't imagine putting together 50,000 plus gold kits, killing somebody, and then dying because some dude gets like Faustian Bargain Centaur or some stupid shit, and then chases me around the map, being like near unkillable. That does not sound fun at all. Not to mention the boss griefing is going to be insane. Bossing is already annoying enough in HR, let alone having nightmare mobs griefing during bossing. I don't think Faustian Bargain should ever go past normals, personally. You might disagree with me, and that's fine, but I don't feel like it's balanced at all for HR, so there's that. Third, well, I guess the big announcement that they made. So apparently STF is not going to be like a lead developer anymore. Terry and Paul are going to have the role of lead developer, even though STF will remain CEO, and STF will be working on whatever new game he has. The only way I really see that affecting the game negatively is if STF takes resources from the community, like from the game, and like people that are working on the game go to help STF, and then they don't like replace those workers or something like that. But I'm assuming they wouldn't let that happen. It's been very apparent and obvious that STF has not had a big impact on the decision making of the previous patches that we've had. You can just tell from the last few hotfixes we've had, they've all been like overall fairly solid, and you can clearly tell that STF is not part of that decision making. So it's good for the game, I think, that STF is stepping down and letting other people be lead devs. It actually might mean that Dad could continue over the coming months to, you know, legitimately become just a better game. So I personally am happy with that. Those are kind of the big three. Are there any other things that were talked about in the stream that like really make a big difference? Faustian Bargain, the SDF leaving or making his second game, and then the SSF stuff. I think those are the three big things that were mentioned. They briefly mentioned the marketing of the game, but it wasn't a very big part of the stream. We already know that they're planning to market the game more next season. They talked about Twitch drops too, but they do that every season pretty much, so that's not really news. But apparently they're gonna market more, they said. So that is on the way. Oh, you know what? Actually, there is one more thing. Thank you for reminding me, Stevel. You're right. The longer rating times is another important part of the stream. That is, like, genuinely very impactful, and I've been asking for that for a long time now, so I hope that ends up being a, like, overall positive change for Dungeon, so it doesn't feel so, like, time-gated. Oh, and I guess the new wipe time, which is going to be the end of April. That as well. But we kind of knew it was coming sometime soon anyway. Oh, and the Banshee rework, that too. Banshee's going to get a boss rework, but we don't really know what that's going to entail exactly. So we'll have to wait and see what that looks like. Well, SDF didn't say what game he's working on. He didn't give a genre or anything, so I don't have any idea what they're working on right now. I don't know. Grayson said less than a handful of people have left Dad to work on it so far. Okay. Yeah, I'm just hoping that it doesn't affect the progress of Dad too much. That's the big thing. I mentioned the boss rework. Yep, that's gonna be the Banshee rework that they're working on now. I'm a little disappointed that when they were talking about double bossing, they didn't talk about the loot, because Banshee's loot, so what is it? Banshee and what's the other boss? Which boss drops this spectral fabric? I'm not really a bosser in Ruins. I don't remember the names of the bosses. Which one drops the fabric? Can anybody help me out here? Spectral Knight? Okay. So the Spectral Knight currently drops spectral fabric. Well, yeah, makes sense. Thanks. So the Knight currently has a huge loot imbalance because the spectral fabric is worth significantly more than anything the Banshee can drop. Meanwhile, the Cyclops versus Troll has the same issue, where Troll can drop Troll Pelt and Cyclops drops garbage. So even though you can kill Cyclops and you can kill Banshee, their drops are just inferior to what Troll and Spec Knight can drop, so it doesn't make sense to kill them. They really need to if they're gonna extend the times of the matches, they really need to balance the loot to make sure that it's worth killing both bosses, because right now it just doesn't feel meaningful at all. If you kill Cyclops, there's no artifacts, you get trash drops. It's just bad. It's always better to be the guy that kills Troll. And again, same for Spectral Knight with Banshee. So I hope they can figure that out, because even though you can go to that like center boss room, you still don't want to be the guy that kills the other boss, because you always want to kill the other boss instead, you know? The benefit is less traffic and free access to dual boss room. Yeah, but like the loot difference is not even close to being worth it, I feel like. Troll is giving you a 15,000 plus gold drop, and Cyclops is giving you like under 1,000 gold if you're lucky. Like the difference in loot drop, it doesn't even make sense. It's insanely lopsided in favor of Spec Knight and Troll. It's not even close. Yeah, but the Troll's Blood can drop from Troll and Cyclops, so it's not even like if Troll's Blood was only Cyclops and Troll's Blood was more expensive, then yeah, maybe it could be making a little bit more sense. But right now, with the Troll Pelt and the Spectral Fabric being so expensive, and the boss drops for the other boss not feeling very good, even if you extend the timer, I feel like it's still going to be kind of like bad. But artifacts from Pals into a boss? Yeah, but again, why are you going to be the sucker who kills the trash boss that has no loot drops? What's the point? Just be the guy who kills Troll, or I'm not going to waste time killing Cyclops or Banshee if I can kill the other boss that gives me 15 times the money in loot drops. It just doesn't make sense. It's like it's a time cost thing. Like it just doesn't make sense. I'd rather some other guy kill the boss for me, and then I can do the double boss room regardless if someone else does the boss. It just doesn't make sense. The loot just isn't. It's not comparable is the problem. I mean, that's what I would do personally. Considering the Cyclops drops Troll's Blood, which already doesn't make sense, I would actually say that each boss should both have a chance to drop Troll Pelt and Spectral Fabric, which is also a W for the market because it will decrease the cost of bags. Spectral Coin Bag should not cost 80k. They should be a somewhat achievable item to store gold. They should not be this super expensive item. That is, honestly, that's like the real answer. I agree with that. Just make both bosses, drop both of them. And then I think it's like all fine and fair. Because it, like, again, because I would say like, oh, it doesn't make sense for Cyclops to drop a troll pelt. But then you actually look at the troll's blood, which is supposed to be from troll, and they gave it to both bosses anyway. So maybe just rename the troll pelt to be like, to maybe name it something more like neutral and just make it like a boss pelt. You know, I don't know. I feel like that would be better. That would be fine, I think. What makes the Spectra bag so special? Because they're used to store large amounts of gold, and we're buffed this season to hold more gold, and they're being used to... They're super expensive right now in the marketplace. Last I checked, they were 80k, unless they went down again. But yeah, I mean, realistically, is there any downside to allowing the Banshee and the Cyclops to drop pelts? It makes bags more achievable by more players. It incentivizes killing both bosses, and with more time in dungeon, you'll be able to also do like a double boss room. I feel like that is like really the best play here. I don't know if they'll ever do it, but that's what I would do if I was going to balance it, at least the short term. They crashed a bit. Well, that's good, because how are casual players supposed to spend 80k on a 5,000 gold hold item? It's stupid. It makes no sense. So if both bosses have it, in theory, the price would go in half, because now you have like double the source of the drops. So instead of paying 50 or 60k or 80k for a bag, they might cost like 30 to 40, or maybe even less, which would be more healthy for the game. So I think that's just a better change, personally. That's what I would do. What are the 2.5k bags cost? Last I checked, it was like 20k or something like that. But the market is so volatile, who knows? It could have changed even from a few hours ago. I've watched Spectral coin bags increase by 30k in a matter of hours, even after the dupe was fixed. But anyway, yeah, I don't really know. I'm just putting out my 2 cents. I will never kill Cyclops. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna waste my time killing Cyclops just to get to the double boss room, because the troll already has such good loot. Like, there's just no point. If someone else wants to kill Cyclops so I can get a double boss, I'll do it. But I'm not gonna waste time killing a boss that has no loot drops. There's no point. I won't do it. I'm just saying, like, I am not willing to risk a boss fight and getting third party during a boss fight for a boss that doesn't have any good drops. I'm just not gonna do it. So, I mean, it's fine, I guess, but I would rather go kill or counter troll for a chance for the troll pelt than waste time at Cyclops. Also, troll can drop mystical gem, and mystical gem gold pile has the same chance for artifact that double boss has, as far as I'm aware. So it's even more incentive to kill troll, because you can get the mystical gem anyway. That's actually one change that'll be pretty good, honestly. Is that if you have extended time, you can kill the troll, and then if it drops a gem, you have time to actually hit the pile. That'll be kind of nice, actually. I like that. Well, the workshop is bad. The workshop is expensive, and it's very clunky. Like, there's too many different, like, workshop things. Like, there's, like, I don't know why there's, like, one for, like, leather armor, one for cloth armor, one for plate armor, and stuff like that. It would make way more sense if it was, like, mixed together, I would say. Well, to be honest, Troll and Cyclops should have artifacts. If Ghost King is going to have artifacts with how easy that bosses, and it has increased chance by ×3 over the Colossus, 100%, Troll and Cyclops should at least have cheap artifacts. Stinky Stick would be a great option. What other ones could you give? Like, what other artifacts are, like, kind of garbage that you could throw on there? Not that any artifact should be garbage, but it happens. There's definitely some other ones that you could have, but Stinky Stick would be a great candidate to be a boss drop for Troll and Cyclops, I would say. Every single boss in the game should always have a chance to drop artifacts. Otherwise, what's the point of killing them? You know? I think so, at least. The whole point of the game is the whole point of the game is loot, right? So I feel like that would make sense. Delirium. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that would be a good one. Delirium's pretty bad. Yeah, that would be like an okay boss drop, I would say. Although, honestly, do you even have to give the artifacts that are bad to those bosses when Ghost King is so piss easy to kill? I mean, like, really, unless they rebalance Ghost King to not be so easy, I would argue that Troll and Cyclops should be able to give you super good loot drops. I just don't see a reason not to, honestly. I don't know. Just my own thought. Also, it would make sense, that is true, from a lore standpoint, it would make sense if Troll and Cyclops could drop mace and club artifacts. It would actually make sense for, like, Cyclops to drop pulverizing prayer because of the bosses, like the way the boss, like, it's a giant club boss. It actually would make sense to have stuff like that with it, for sure. But I don't know if they'll ever do that. Iron Mace doesn't like giving artifacts to casual players. Artifacts are always gated across, like, the most sweaty players in the game, and only people like me basically ever get to use them. You have to play a shit ton in order to ever get to use artifacts. It's just how it is. They're so rare, and most bosses, you don't even get to actually get any drops from them. I mean, it's true. If you look at the player base and look at how often most people use artifacts, I would be willing to bet you it's 99% of the player base will never hold a artifact to use outside of maybe the last couple of days of wipe. How much of the player base do you think is using an artifact in the first month of wipe? I guarantee you it is almost zero. Like, there's a few people, but none of the casual players are using them for sure. They can't get them. No, casual players can definitely kill Troll and Cyclops a little bit more, I would say. It's a little bit more accessible for solos than the cheese gimmicky mechanics that make Ghost King only really easy in duos and trios because of the suck mechanic. That's, like, really abusable by third-party rats that will basically grief you during the fight. It's a lot easier in teams to kill those bosses. Well, I would argue it's never useless to run artifacts. That makes me think you have gear fear. You should never care about dying with your gear. The whole point of gear is to use it. So that makes me think you have gear fear and don't use stuff because other people will kill you for it. That, like, one of the biggest things to getting better at the game is to stop caring if you die with the gear that you have. If you're running a weapon and you're scared to lose it, you already lost the kit. You might as well just not. You might as well just vendor it at that point if you're that scared to use it, because you're just gonna make mistakes and die with it anyway. You gotta get over that gear fear, man. You can't care if you die with it, otherwise you're just gonna make mistakes. It's true, man, I swear. I promise, because I used to have gear fear about that kind of stuff too. And I definitely played worse for it. Absolutely. Well, I will say there is a valid use for an artifact by selling it and then using that to build, like, kits for yourself that you want to use. For example, I have a Death Bloom, and I don't like Death Bloom very much. I don't like Stiletto. So I will probably sell the Death Bloom and then use it to buy, like, wizard or barb gear or something like that, you know? Because it makes more sense for me. It's not that I am afraid to lose the death plume, it's that I would get more value out of it by using by selling it instead. And that's a valid purpose of artifacts, you know? However, if you're one of those players who lets an artifact sit in your stash the entire wipe and never does anything with it until like the last day, I feel like you're kind of missing out on like a part of like the dad experience, you know? Just a thought. Just a thought from a sweaty dad player, I guess. Oh my god, the PvE Bloodthirst barbs are so funny to me. Oh my god, yeah. The the ultimate stat checker build for PvE, you can never die. It's so funny to me. Well, I know that a lot of people have gear fear, but I'm just saying, like, if you can get over your gear fear, you'll win way more fights overall, I promise. Alright, fellas, it's late. It's like midnight for me, so I'm gonna go ahead and head to bed pretty soon. So thank y'all for watching the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed the Q&A for what it was worth, and I will see you guys later, alright? Have a good night, guys. Peace.